Good evening, everybody. Obviously, a later start than I was planning, and I will apologize off the top. I've been wanting to spend more time on XCOM 2. I kind of thought last week was a one-off for the Outlast Trials, but man, this is a really good game. Uh-oh, sorry. Let me just log in. So it's very, very good. I am actually really surprised and impressed by some of the stuff that they have added since I played it in. I didn't really think it was early access, but whatever preliminary period they had. I will confess that the live service has definitely got its hooks in me. So one of the reasons for wanting to do this is just a chance to get a little bit of the seasonal currency while I'm getting some stream time in. But the main reason why I came in, like, there's the fact that I'm starting a little bit later, so having a game with a more sort of fixed time, I don't know, it kind of feels, for me at least, it feels like it works a little bit better in it works a little bit better for days like this, just because, in the worst case scenario, let's say, it's a fairly easy one to sort of turn off. Now, in fairness, XCOM 2 also has that, there you have well-defined battles and even turns, but I kind of feel like if I spend a whole lot of time on the strategy layer, let's say, and I only do a couple of if I only wind up doing like a couple of battles, that doesn't feel as good as playing something like Outlast Trials, where there might be some time between sessions, but like the progression stuff isn't as it doesn't take up as much of the game, at least when I play. And then just on top of that, I will say, now that I've moved into the just let this do its thing. Now that I've seen, I'm playing on one of the higher difficulties. I'm actually going to be going up against a couple of things that I suspect I'm going to do quite poorly on today. But I'm now playing on one of the harder difficulties, and I don't want to say exactly what I ran into, because there's a side of me that hopes and doesn't hope that we'll see this. But I ran into something that, it's the closest I've gotten to, actual panic inside the game. So, because I ran into that, I actually did a little bit of this on Discord. And because I had that moment, I sort of wanted to share, okay, this was too good to keep to myself. So again, it's actually quite difficult and stressful to deal with. So I don't actually want to go in and I don't know, I kind of don't want to have to face this thing, but on the other hand, in the name of content, I guess it's good stuff. So first of all, I don't know if I fully articulated just how much there is extra. So as far as I can tell, so this is the one I know the best, the police station, and I've completed at least the early versions of the orphanage and the fun park. There were definitely fewer missions inside this, though. So all of this has material I've never seen before. When I stopped playing, it's not even for a dislike of playing it. It's just, I ran into other things. The courthouse was just about to release. I think that Red Barrels had sort of been had been teasing this for a while, so I don't think it was. I know there was a bit of a problem in terms of like data scraping or dredging or whatever the term is. I believe that is against the terms of the Discord, although I imagine there's not a whole lot you can do to enforce, like, YouTubers or anything like that. But so far as I can tell, this was, if it wasn't like openly, if it wasn't announced, this was sort of like an open secret. Toy Factory's brand new for me. The docks, I'm noticing a new character, and specifically a shotgun, so this makes me very worried that there's now a ranged enemy. Downtown, I'm noticing at least some similarity in terms of the hair, but I'm also noticing sort of 3 weapons. I'm hoping these are mannequins, because then I just don't have to deal with 3 enemies. And then the suburbs, again, it seems fairly clear. So I would imagine in this case here that we've got at least one new prime asset. And then finally, shopping mall. And again, this seems to be kind of an echo of the one of the enemies in Outlast 2, save for the fact that there's this giant, saw. So deluxe edition. So, like, given how much stuff I've, like, you saw me play this a week ago. I'm still working on the police station. Like, this is a lot of stuff for me to get through, which is wonderful, right? So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. So under the introductory side, I've got my A+s for Kill the Snitch, Cancel the Autopsy, Sabotage the Lockdown, Eliminate the Pass, Release the Prisoners, and Teach the Police Officer. Generally what I have found is that, so these 3 I'm pretty sure I've done before. This one I definitely struggle with, Eliminate the Past. It's a timed one, so I expect this is going to be, so this one takes me a long time to do. This one I struggle with because of the, just going solo and trying to, handle all the document destruction. Like this one I am expecting to get a death on. This one I may not get a death on, but the problem is that because it takes me so much longer, and because it's already a really hostile environment, I would not be surprised if I struggle on this one. This one feels a little more straightforward. I'm curious to see what the intensive does to it. And then this one, in general, I didn't feel very threatened, but this is another one that was like a 15-minute, but took me like 45. So, again, I've got some pretty challenging tasks ahead of me. What I'm not so clear on is once I get my A+ on these, whether or not I want to go to psychosurgery on the rest of the police station, or if instead maybe I want to move on to some of the other levels. But we'll handle that as I go through the game. The other thing I wanted to note here is that I finally have enough tokens for Rebirth, but from what I understand, the Rebirth is a very challenging mission, so I feel like I should at least try something on psychosurgery before I try to be reborn. Again, needless to say, I've got lots of opportunities to get voucher. I think you get vouchers when you level up. And like right now, like I said, the live service kind of has its hooks in me, so I'm eager to get some more event tokens and whatnot. Anyways, Sabotage the Lockdown. If you can open doors, no prison can hold you. Power the generator to enable your escape. So because this is on the intensive mode, it's increased threat, more and stronger enemies, more and deadly traps, limited intel, limited items, and limited hiding spots. Rewards will be 375 XP, 4 stamps, 5 rebirth tokens, 6 event tokens, and a Murkoff box. Oh, speaking of. Gotta get my freebies. All right. The other thing too, right, when I say that I struggle with some of these missions, oh, by the way, I'm playing this in the dark, just to really really sell myself on on the experience. I'm not going to be panicking enough on these higher difficulties.
You were the spider, not the fly. Prisons are how civilizations eat. Power the generators and release yourself.
Righto.
Continue on.
So I don't know how effective this is as a as an approach, but like I try to keep the rig always on cooldown. It does seem to improve the score. Now, I don't know if this level changes each time you do it. That's going to be coiled. Nice. Didn't have much in terms of options there, so I figure make a bit of noise now. Again, one of my problems definitely is...
Godless communists. Let's give them a chance. Don't make sense for a fella to chase a dying animal. You go on and bleed out, honey. One thing I don't fucking need is your big city problems in my small town life.
Okay. I'll grab one of these just in case. Not feeling good about this. Run for your lives! I'm calling BS on that one, frankly, but... So we'll be fine, right? Like, I just need to... Ah, damn it.
In my backyard and tell the people who elected me that I don't have the right to enforce the law.
Okay, so this is going to waste the adrenaline, but I don't exactly want to be on the receiving end of Coil's justice. Yes, this is brazen, but... So again, where I can, trying to just keep some forward movement with the objective. Okay, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. Alright, that's an even bigger problem. Howdy! Oh god. So I don't think
Another house call.
that's a nice touch. I did not know that it would open. The side door. All right. Now, it would not hurt to try and find an antidote. Actually, wouldn't hurt to find a lot of things, but now that's a pity. I was really hoping to. This is definitely a worry, but. I'm gonna want to find a place to hide. I'm intrigued by that potential folder back in that room, and then there's some propaganda. But let's give Coil his space. Oh, damn it. Okay, I am in deep trouble. That sound you just heard.
Communism is a disease of the weak.
I was only trying to help!
Sometimes wonder if you're just manipulating because you like to want me to pull on those pigtails. I used to spend watch the lightning strike planes.
Oh, there we go.
That's just sometimes the physical doctrine.
So I don't know if you saw that Terminator looking thing, but that's why. Oh, damn it. That's a big problem here, actually. I need to find an antidote as soon as possible. All right. Okay, that's a problem. One of the biggest ones I'm going to run into is if that big if the big one comes back. Okay, so I need to get a little bit of control back on this run. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I gotta be really careful here because that thing's gonna pursue me no matter what. Okay. Damn it. Okay, that's a lot of people who want me dead in one spot. I can't make any noise here. Oh, I screwed up.
Red, pinkish, colored, loony goot. Slick brigade! The leprous face of socialism in every shadow. Assume the position! I see you! I see you now! This is one of them provisional acquittals.
There's a few competing tasks here, right? I got to avoid the hunter. Oh, no, 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 no. Block from the other side. Okay. Possibilities here. Okay, that's a problem. I think I'm going to just have to prepare a hit.
Open your fucking eyes, I beg you.
Okay. Okay, this is obviously not a great place to hide, but... But again, we got a little bit of equilibrium back. There was what I thought was a document. And whether or not there was one, I'm obviously not able to do much about it right now.
These walls aren't here to keep you in, they're here to keep the world out.
So what I want to try and do here is, I don't think it hurts to have a progression through these barred doors. That actually seems like a reasonable way for me to keep track of the environment. I don't have a perfect idea of what the layout looks like. Okay, Coil's making his rounds. Now the funny thing here is this is actually pretty close to the destination. I'm gonna need to get a replacement projectile. Okay, that's gonna make some people mad, but as long as I can hide, they'll do the rest of the job for me. Potentially.
We got noise orders around here, you whore. I heard about you. My squad says you got proclivities which scandalize the whore of Babylon. Bunko.
I'm tempted to bang on the wall here, but that feels too cute by half. Again, I'm not crazy about standing around like this.
If someone would just make a prison that would hold me. Someplace peaceful and close. I do believe a crime and rock a clean.
Uh-oh. Ah, there we go.
Freedom's never more than a cunt earshot extinction.
So right now, I want to just kind of creep in on the objective. I'm definitely tempted to smash this window. Alright, but before I can do that, I'm going to need a lockpick.
The itch that I can't reach on my own.
Okay. Don't know if I want to bash that yet. I'm definitely going to need to smash the window at some point. Okay, I'm going to do something reckless. Nope. I'll get that bottle back, but I want to give myself options in terms of... okay. There's a lot of people running around here now, which is a worry. Oh, there's a propaganda poster too. They're probably gonna walk in here. Yeah.
You beg, you cry, and the tears on my cheeks will be joy.
Leaving broken, stained, crying, cut my road and spits on me while I bleed out. Gotta hold the line. No other way to it.
Okay, so we'll make the progress that we can. Obviously, the patrols are the biggest problem here.
There is the law.
Okay, this is going to be a problem.
And that's all.
Got to be ready with this bottle. Mind you, if he walks away, that's going to be a problem. Don't really have any hiding places, so...
A lot of suspicious characters. Sometimes you can't make a sharp stick. You gotta get creative.
So yeah, as you've noticed, like, the big idea here is that noise in and of itself is not a problem. It's more about what you make of it. All right, I think I'm just gonna YOLO this. Oh, damn. Ah, that sucks. Made it. So that's the second time there's been... Yeah, wow. That's the second time there's been a big one waiting for me at the exit. I'm going to need to prepare for that. Potential mana personality candidate. Mark for sodium amytal questioning regarding Skinner Man. So 1 lost sanity, 3 sound traps. I mean, that was me running through the environment and received damage 4 times. I think that's Mr. Futterman? Dr. Futterman? Anyways.
Beautifully. You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science. I think you are a perfect masochist.
I don't know if they... I think they added please do not knock on the glass. Anyway. I'm going to take a quick minute here. Now, I'm assuming this is the freedom. Yeah, I'm not quite ready to do that yet. I want to learn a little bit more about the game. I am going to take a minute here just to go through the catalog. I don't think I have too many more things to buy, but I know I'm not high enough on the seasonal items. But now, as far as I can tell, the way that this works... Oh, right, I've got a bunch of stuff here to buy first. So this is the onboarding, these are the onboarding purchases. So in this case here, right, like you can see I've got 40 of the currency. This wasn't in the game when I first played it, but it's pretty clear how this works, right? So you've got a base currency. What's kind of neat about this catalog though, right, is that this is the, it's about 20 per item, but it also gives you the Murkoff coins, right? So that's the currency that you can buy with real money. And what's neat about this is you get one of them for all 10 pages of the catalog, and then level 11 is just a couple of special outfits here. So the way, at least the way I think this is intended to work, I'm just going to buy some stuff here. So let's... It's funny, actually. I think some of these were... I feel like there was something similar to this in the kind of the base purchases. But again, like I didn't do a ton of the cosmetic stuff. I maybe should have done a bit more, but yeah, so basic idea here, right, is that you go through these different pages. They're about 20 bucks a pop, and then there's the, or tickets a pop, and then there's the, when you unlock the whole page, you get a bit of a, you know, a fancier outfit or something otherwise desirable. But what I kind of like about this, right, is there's pages 1 through 10. I'll maybe spare you the individual observations, but it's, right, 10 pages, 100, so that'll get you 1,000 in terms of the catalog. Well, if you go and then take a look at Project Lupara, so it's Season 1, we'll just view, we won't unlock it. You'll notice here, right, you got 100 on the pages, and similarly, page 11, you got a couple of you know, big-looking... costumes. So what I kind of like about this setup, right, you can earn 1,000 coins in terms of just going through the onboarding catalog. And it looks like for each of these seasonal ones, and there's definitely, come on, I got to get that wig. For each of the seasonal catalogs, it looks like the quote unquote real money currency, which is, maybe not the best way of putting it, but it's the one that presumably the, if you're going to put more money into it, that, presumably you're going to put it into the Murkoff coins. I'll maybe show a little bit more about how that works. So the basic seasonal stuff, as long as you're willing to go through the catalog or finish the one that you have, you can sort of move up through this historical stuff. And then Geister, which is, I guess, 2 years ago. So it looks like there's been a Geister in each year. That one's 500. Now you'll notice that this one has sort of like a seasonal currency. The thing that I'm not so clear on is if you unlock one of these things, do you need to wait to get that seasonal currency again, or do you, is there something else that, will allow you to, is there something else that's going to allow you to get the items inside of it? But yeah, so as far as I can tell, the trade-off here is that, if you spend a lot of time in the game, if you're like all about Outlast Trials and, you are putting the effort in to get the event tokens in, before they finish, presumably then you don't spend the Murkoff coins to get the items. But if you wanted something, in terms of from those historical catalogs, that's when you need to earn Murkoff coins. And, presumably your options are to sacrifice an option inside of one of these seasons. Or I do know when I started, at least, I got sort of an introductory 500. But, moving on, I would be presumably spending money on these historical items if I wanted. Which I think is not a bad way of doing it. The thing is, I don't actually play a lot of live service games, so I don't really have strong views in terms of what is and isn't fair. Just to give you an idea of the rate. So $5.69. Now again, you're spending $5.69 for the right to earn those remaining items, and then actually I'm curious what the difference is between the volume discounts. I'm also assuming this is Canadian. Okay, so you get 87 coins per dollar at that bottom tier. But 105 if you curious about this. That's like a 20% discount. But I mean, obviously you will have already paid for the game, right? So that's, you're spending quite a bit if you, on a single game. But I mean, again, I am very pleasantly surprised by how much has been added since I last played this. Because I didn't feel like it was all that long ago that I played. And then the other point I kind of wanted to make there is, like, if you're not big on the catalog thing, you can't just straight up buy certain outfits. The funny thing is like, I'm quite impressed when I see people in game wearing these outfits, but I don't know if I can actually bring myself to wear the, like, the spiky armor or whatever, I'm thinking Dark Souls here. Anyway, so I wanted to speak briefly. This is partly why I'm wasting your time on a stream. I think it's actually a bit of a quiet one tonight, so I may or may not, like, I don't like the idea of just declaring, I'm not gonna stream anymore if people don't show up. But if there's an indication that the Outlast Trials aren't really working for people, I may need to reevaluate the choice. But we're near the end of the season, and I did have the I did have the Jaeger show up, so that's within the first hour, I got all the things I wanted to show. So the one thing I'll also say too is this is actually the first time that Sabotage the Lockdown has kind of turned out the way I was expecting. So I'm going to try Eliminate the Past. I'm not expecting a very hopeful outcome, but we're not going to get any better if we stick to, the familiar and the easy. So let's see.
Freedom can't be given. It must be earned.
Let's see what we can do. And then I think the next question out of this will be, well, there's two. One, I'm curious if trying to do an early rebirth will help. And then second, I don't know if I want to stay in police station land.
History is mutable. Only the future is fixed. If you allow the past to be defined by facts, evidence, and memory, our enemies will be as numerous as our sins. Destroy the historical record, and we will let you out.
So what I'm most interested in on this one is you've kind of seen how limiting the lack of hiding spots and the larger number of dangerous enemies. Like, you can really see how that pinned me down in a few cases. And so what I'm most interested on this one is that I've always struggled to get a certain number of, of evidence boxes shredded. But what I'm really curious about here is whether or not this, like how this is going to affect my ability to go through the trial. This is actually the first death that I've had in a long time when I was trying to find my way out of this trial. Now, one thing I did learn is that this whole area is basically useless to me once I get in the trial. I don't believe there's anything else that I can do or take advantage of in this place. So, sometimes there's a propaganda poster around here too, but. Should have been keeping a closer eye out for evidence. I don't actually see any in the area here. Okay, that's going to be a worry based off of the lack of just the lack of hiding places was the big worry there. No evidence so far. Not feeling good about this. If this is the Jaeger, I am going to lose it. Okay, this is a worry, but a manageable one.
6 minutes remaining.
In another direction, but that doesn't help me because I can't go through there. Okay, that's almost certainly someone. Okay, they're blind. Or should be blind. They may not be. No, that is not a blind character. Thank heavens. That could have gotten really ugly really fast. That sucks.
5 minutes
Oh no. Okay, I do see.
Of course, you want an easy answer. Jews or the colored. This is one of them provisional acquittals. Please, somebody.
This is why we don't wear sunglasses indoors.
Reason.
I'm gonna go get those documents because this is pretty close to where I need to be. Oh, that's not so good. I didn't realize the big man was there. So, easy does it. We know we got 2. I prefer more, but... Man, this timer feels real short. If it's the Jaeger, I'm gonna lose it. Oh crap. That isn't even where I need to be. Oh crap. Crap, crap, crap. Okay, so all going well, we'll have 3, but that's gotta be something bad.
Baby! Slow down! I just want to help! My heart.
This is exactly the sort of thing I can't really afford to be wasting time on right now.
Come on, man! Be cool!
He's gonna...
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, so I have a sure path through here. I'm a bit worried about him, but... Alright.
Sexy bitches on.
Damn it!
You was born guilty, and you'll die just like it.
That's spectacularly bad luck.
Smells. Christmas coming early this year. Fried fucking eggs. Darn! Fucking praying!
Seconds remaining.
Okay, I just gotta go with whatever I can here.
God can forgive
Okay, so gotta definitely get my ducks in a row for the exit. I'm obviously turned around. So they're not quite halfway. I imagine there will be consequences.
Difficulty 6.
Okay, that's an unfortunate waste. If I can get to a hiding point soon. Oh, not good. Something's coming to kill me. I do have a plan here. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, damn. That's fair. Oh, crap. I don't have any medicine. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure I'm dead. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't see how I do this in 30 seconds. That one's actually a pretty legit death too. Like that was me overwhelmed by the enemies. Oops.
Shuttle leaving in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, damn it. That lock just screwed me. I don't think I have any good ideas about this. Put on a bit of a show. All right, yeah, that was a pretty bad showing at the end there. Now I'm definitely of the view that I should definitely try this again. I had something of a... I definitely had something of a definite candidate for vivisection. So a couple of things to learn from there, right? Running into the night vision guy, using the bottles wasn't a bad idea. What was a bad idea was once I saw it knocked him back and that I couldn't get past the area that I wanted, I should have just gone around.
Mutable. Only the future is fixed. If you allow the past to be defined by facts, evidence, and memory, our enemies will be as numerous as our sins. Destroy the historical record, and we will let you out.
The other thing I suspect is I should probably be a little more willing to run between rooms. Because the fact of the matter is, like, I actually, out of all of the maps, I think this is the one that I struggle the most to get a bit of a read on where to go. And the increased barriers is easily one of the biggest pain points I have for the scenario. Now, there are ways I can get around that, right? There's lockpicks, there's, you know, I mean, just also familiarity with the map. But there's, I think, a pretty clear path that I need to take when the bad stuff starts happening. But I will say, right, like, I'm not trying to protect... It's a little bit like Dark Souls in the sense that, like, I'm no longer trying to protect a big batch of souls. Like, you know, I've already got the loss. I'm not expecting some sort of big moment of like, I'm sorry, I'm not expecting a profile with 0 deaths, right? That's behind me. And I'm not sure, like, I don't know, is there somehow some greater nobility in, you know, I should probably make better use of the adrenaline too. Like, do I somehow feel better about myself for seeing a 2 instead of a 3 in front of that? Like, I think at this point, you know, I take my lumps, I do my best with what I got, and then
7 minutes.
oops. That doesn't make me happy. So I didn't get a good view inside those rooms. There may have been some kind of document that I missed. Oh, that's so bad. So she's basically going to be chasing me for half the level. Now, as long as I keep some mobility, that's fine. But, like, the big problem here is that I'm going to be slowed down by carrying documents, which, incidentally, I'm struggling to find. Okay, here's one. So what I'm going to do here... So this might be noisy, but this is a really good way to not have to deal with a giant Terminator running after me. so I saw a guy patrolling. Let's just go the opposite direction.
Always have to.
That could have gone really bad real quick. So this will give me a little extra energy. Oh, thought that was a document. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything in here for me. Okay, and big lady's back.
4 minutes remaining.
Okay, this is gonna take some manipulation. All right. She could kill me here. I don't know if I want to risk a lockpick while this thing's coming after me. Good lord. Harrowing. I need a slightly stealthier path. So obviously one thing I'm keeping an eye out for here is the ability to make my exit easier. I'm not too hopeful about finding anything else in here, but... Okay. Now, I could really do with something other than lockpicks right now. Well, I say that, but like if I can give him the slip, then... Okay, nothing to pick up. Let's actually take a second here. So if I try to go through Sector B like I did last time... I'm assuming it's going to be filled with, like, terrifying things. Let's also take the time to... So like I said, all of this should be about preparing an exit plan. Okay, so in principle, it looks like Sector C is open up. I may not be able to make it all the way to the lift, but I think this is a path worth trying for. Uh-oh. Obviously, I wasn't expecting to deal with this. Oh, that sucks. Useless! I don't know what the pills do. Okay, you know what? This was way too early. Okay, same as before. Damn it. I wonder if I can run past him. Okay, if I can find a place to rest for a little bit, that's best, but... Okay, not good on timing, but... Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, so expect a big guy. Big guy can one-shot me if I'm not careful. Okay. This is gonna be... Oh, here we go. Nice. Alright, so apparently I just need a second try on those ones. Notify Easterman, exceptional candidate. So yeah, floor trap, that was a boneheaded move on my part. Sound traps was accepted, and the received damage, one of those was definitely a, like, me messing up. I also didn't realize, it seems like you get bonus currency based off of your performance. So I'm actually, you know, obviously I'm not unhappy to get more of the currency, but that does help me in terms of some of my objectives, which is kind of why I started streaming. I should ask if there's any questions. This isn't always the best one for interactivity, but...
You make this look easy. You inspire me. With partners like you, I can just pile on the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation and contempt.
Okay. I was gonna say whether, like, I was gonna ask whether I should try to do a different series, but I think seeing as we're making progress on another, like on a new police station entry, I'll probably try another one of those. I'm debating on a break too. Like the only thing I had a little bit of a headache starting this, but yeah. Normally I like just doing these. Okay, so I don't have a stun rig, so unfortunately the 3 daily tasks are not available to me. Yeah, technically none of these are available to me, although if I go to one of the other environments, I can throw projectiles at Gooseberry. Honestly, though, like I like doing this stuff, but I don't feel so like I don't feel beholden to the achievements. Like it's a nice to have. It's not a requirement. I will do more to try and finish this catalog. Yeah, so it's all 25s here. What I think would be, by the way, this one I do find kind of amusing in terms of the victory pose, so I'll take a minute to show it. So this one, I think the way I'm going to have to handle this is get selective in terms of what I want to equip for my character. And I'll be honest, all of these look pretty good. So here's the victory pose. I may not be like too happy with me, you know, me getting killed in that, but there is something like I remember seeing is like, did this game bug out? And I was like, oh no, that's intentional. Like I said, this is actually an outfit I could imagine wearing. What is this? Terminal pose. Not. Oh, right. When you're like getting ready. I can maybe see this night vision, but yeah, I'd probably say in terms of priorities, like these middle two are the biggest for me. And the funny thing is I didn't even really look that hard at what I can get inside here. So in practical terms, we're looking at 250 tokens in like 5 days, which is, I'm not going to lie, that is actually a fairly tall order, but it's not impossible either. And then I did just get some more tickets, so. All right. I think before the end of tonight, I'll probably try a scenario in one of the other levels. But seeing as we've done sabotage the law, or sorry, eliminate the past, let's try release the prisoners. This one's kind of funny because it really does feel like, it feels like a stripped down version of Kill the Snitch, which isn't actually what it is, but just feelings wise, it seems a little bit right. Sorry, just you can give me a second. It just occurred to me that my phone is on sleep. And I did get a message. Or I thought I did. Sorry, just give me a second here. Okay, sorry about that. Actually, it makes me wonder. I think I have a bug with my VPN. Yep. Okay, hopefully that'll fix it. Okay, so, release the prisoners. Only Murkoff arbitrates justice. Free the convicts falsely imprisoned for their conspicuous guilt. So again, the variators I think are all the same here. Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing I just wanted to draw your attention to. There is something kind of fun about the trial maker. Now, this definitely strikes me as like... So this definitely strikes me as something for the community. And usually, this is not necessarily a negative thing, more so just an observation. What I do tend to find is that when it becomes something for the community, very frequently what will happen is it like the direction of travel is usually maximum difficulty. So like, I think probably I kind of became aware of that. And again, I might just be insufficiently experienced, but when I think of something like Mario Maker, I've seen a lot more just like, how on earth does somebody do this kind of Mario level? Or what would another example? I think like Geometry Dash. You know, people really like pushing the limits in terms of what you can do in the game. And I absolutely see why that is appealing, right? You know, for the same reason that if you have like a game that you have utterly mastered and loved, it can be very sensible to start doing some mods to make things more difficult. You know, you get to extend your enjoyment of the game by taking on progressively difficult challenges. I'm definitely not at that level though. So I assert this at the start, but I'm actually kind of curious. So open the room. So variators, remote control gates. Some rolling gates can be opened using a control panel nearby. Locked items. Most items can only be found behind locked containers. Additional padlock doors in the trial. Unlockable. No intel. No prescriptions, amps, or rig upgrades. Extra psychosis mines. Bad trips. Sanity never recovers fully. And high enemy density, more enemies in the trial. This one's actually a little interesting. Casinos are the temple of idiot waste and willful failures. Steal from those who would steal from you. So this actually feels a little more moderate than the one that I saw yesterday. But like the way that the trial maker works, you can do create a trial. So you get to pick 8 variators. So you don't need to fill all of these. But like here's what you can sort of do. Yeah, let's say multiple prime assets. And on top of that, let's put like a permanent Jaeger. Where is it? Some of these do get disabled. Yeah, more pushers, more imposters, more pitcher. Okay, yeah. So I can't do multiple. So maybe if we get rid of those. And then I can say, it's like, okay, what's one of the really difficult things to do with the Jaeger? Well, you always have to be sort of on the move. So let's create conditions under which somebody has to stay put. So we could do toxic shock. The trial environment sporadically fills with toxic gas, inflicting permanent damage, hide to stay alive. Or the trial environment sporadically filled with piercing cold air, hide to survive. I actually don't know what the difference between these two things are, but let's do toxic shock because that's the one I'm familiar with. But on top of that, because we want to be really, really unkind, let's also say that there are, where was it? Very limited amounts of high spots in the trial. Oh yeah, and while we're at it, let's also just say that it's psychosurgery. But so in this case here, right, I've limited the hide spots. I've introduced toxic shock. There's the Jaeger, which means you have to constantly be on the move. Okay, and then another thing you can do to make this even meaner would be you do a bomb countdown, but on top of that, you say that there's a mandatory second objective, which in this case, let's say it's collect the evidence boxes. So, you know, like what's happened here, right, is you've created an enemy that's inexorably moving towards you, permanent, permanent enemy. But you're also making it where you have to stay still at certain points. But you also, in staying still in those hide spots, I'm denying you more places for those hide spots. Oh, by the way, you need to do this fast. And then I think the last thing that would be like particularly mean would be to create more obstructions. So boarded up doors, maybe. Padlock doors would be really mean. No running would also be particularly unkind. But yeah, like this, like I'm not holding this up as a good example. Like this would be an example of like, I'm going to make this really, really hard on you. And for some people, that's a really enjoyable experience because they're familiar with the game. But for me, it's definitely it's definitely a bit too much. Okay, but we're going to do release the prisoners. And depending on how this goes, I may want to do one of the other trials. But if I can finish the police station trials in good time, that would be good. We've at least had a couple of Jaeger encounters, so that was the big thing that inspired me to do this stream tonight.
You are the hand of freedom. When you release others, you will find release yourself. Unlock the prison and release the guilty. Then we will forgive you and let you out.
I will confess, one of the things I suspect I need to get better at, just because I don't play co-op, the whole idea of like using rigs in a co-op sense, that's really foreign to me. So like one of the reasons I do this intel, right, is it's easy to have constantly on cooldown. It's easy to, like, it's great to be able to see through walls and get an idea where the bad guys are. There's a lot of nice reasons, or there's a lot of reasons why this is a nice one to have solo. I think people seem to really like the stun rig for solo play. I think it's because they take the sort of approach that I did with the with the original game after I, you know, like when I was playing on that insanity mode and felt a little more comfortable with it. Like, oh, that's a problem. So that guy's got night vision. So I go, ideally, I'm going to go to a place where there's some light. Okay, so he just walked in the light area.
You won't get away like that!
I'm just going to leg it. Oh, come on!
Fuck around here, some. Ah, you're fat!
Okay, again, this is the night vision guy, so I want to be careful about where he sees me. Still gotta get the propaganda posters.
Report. Get Sergeant.
I can't make any noise here. Okay, not quite what I planned on doing, but... Oh, that's interesting. So I am debating on there's too much glass in this place. So I do want to go back in that hall, but I need to just take a beat. This seems like a good use of the lockpick. Okay, somebody's on their way. So ideally I'm going to get another one of these antidotes sooner rather than later. Sooner it is. Here we go. Okay. So This is a bit of a risk, but
Backyard and tell the people who elected me that I don't have the right to enforce the law.
I definitely hear Coil. So I'm going to want to keep an eye on that, but...
Freedom's never more than a gun earshot extinction.
So I'm not going to lie, I'm really tempted to just leg it, but...
Please, somebody, just
I might want to get that propaganda poster,
give
but...
me a reason.
Okay, so the reason why I didn't leg it is that it could be... Oh, bad, 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 bad.
All reagents must be present.
Okay, interesting. Looks like I am going to have to follow Coil, though. So, easy does it. Remembering that I may have to be up against a big guy. I don't think he saw me, but I gotta be careful. So obviously that's pissed him off, but... Oh, and Henrietta's here! No way! This is gonna be super dicey for a bit.
You can't do that. You just can't.
This better arrive. No way! Oh, that sucks!
Officers are under attack.
Wow, that counted. Oh, an A! Come on! Easterman's process is working. Reagents appear to be accepting the therapy. Yeah, man. So the funny thing is, if I didn't freak out about the Jaeger, I think I probably could have. Gone without the damage on that.
You have no family.
I also maybe could have timed out the like the abuse of Coil a little bit.
A heroic effort, just shy of perfection. I knew when we chose you that you would be a star pupil. You're learning so much.
So I'll also confess on that one I got a little lucky in the sense that I found the key before I went to the security room. But oh, you know what? I should have looked a little bit closer at the performance, but
The Markov Corporation
That's fine.
encourages
I don't expect I'm going to be able to get that done in like 9 minutes again, but I definitely think this is one that I want to try and get my A+ on. I think based on that performance, there's a little something to be desired as far as the implementation is concerned, but and I also tend to crouch too much. It's actually one of the reasons why I have one of those amps. But like the ragged edges strike me as like, this is kind of a weird analogy, but like if you've ever done some kind of like crafting or like the analogies I keep thinking of are like writing, but I don't know how relatable some of the writing examples are.
When you release others,
But
you will find release yourself. Unlock the prison
I'll just
and
wait for the
release
talk
the
to
guilty.
start.
Then we will forgive you and let you out.
I guess we're not doing any more dialogue now, but like if you've got, I don't know, like some kind of woodworking or something like that, and like you look, you've got something roughly where it needs to be, but you know, there's definitely some spots you need to like sand down, but they're all like, you know, it's not, they may be in like multiple places, but any individual task on that is pretty routine. And that's kind of how I'm feeling about that last run. Like there's individual things that need to be improved. Okay, that's gonna give me a snout full of fun gas. YOLO! She's behind me, isn't she? Only drawback about this item is, oh crap. No! So this is going to keep me moving through the level for a while. Okay, that has some promise. Yeah, that's Henrietta coming for me. Oh, bullshit. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. may not be the smartest move on my part, but... Yep. Big lady's here. Big man, too. I don't think I got the propaganda posters. The Jaeger enemy cannot be harmed by projectiles. Avoid it at all costs. So I wonder if I get the points on this. Okay. Man, 5 minutes on that one. It's, this one scares me. It's nice to see how good the Jaeger is at motivating the right kind of work ethic on these levels. Oh, we did get 3. Yeah, I could have gotten a 4th one if I wasn't, like, freaking out, but based on my experience of the last one, I definitely felt it felt appropriate to be a little more determined in my exit.
Wonderful. Perfect. Beautiful. You are the hope for a better tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna do a couple things in my room. I can appreciate a character named Guildenstern. So one of the things that is a small drawback about the runs right now, when I play this with Kite 260, one of the things I like the most is that the game, even if you don't have the invasion mode turned on, the game will introduce NPCs that look like your partner but have like spelling errors in the title. And if you don't keep an eye on who they actually are, they will stab you. So I think we're gonna go for the close first. And that's obviously something that's not present in the that's not something that's present in the base game, or sorry, not the base game, in the single player version of this. So, you know, I don't really know how I can give like a first approximation of it. I think it's just, you know, it'd be nice if we had that. We don't, you know, I'm very happy with this game as it is. But it's definitely something that's part of the experience that's missing. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to go to the main menu just because I do think, like, I think this is like a online session. Like, I think I can be timed out if I hang around here. So I need to take a small break. I will confess part of it is just about Duolingo, but I'm not going to spend too much time on that. That's just, I need to keep the owl happy and move on. I can do a quick lesson for that. But it's actually not a bad time for me to take a small break, get something to drink, just, you know, take care of all that stuff. It's been slightly past the halfway point on the stream. So I figure if I can do one somewhat reasonably sized break, then I can I can come back and do a nice solid session. One of the things I am planning on doing, while I do want to try the training film, because that's really the last one in the series that I haven't done on intensive, but I do want to move on to the orphanage next. I may be able to get the Mother Gooseberry projectile achievement, but mostly I just want to say it's like, okay, I've got the police station down. I won't do the was it psycho surgery. Not quite ready to do that one yet, let's say, but overall I'm feeling okay about the state that it's in. And the other thing I will say too, like if I keep doing these introductions, it may actually not be a bad idea for me to do the introductory level for all of these levels, because one of the things I'm slightly worried about here is that I can get used to, or like I'll finally steel myself for the more difficult encounters, and then I'll drop down to like introductory level difficulty and sort of have to work my way back up. Whereas if I just do a big stream of introductory and then I cut my teeth on like, well, sorry, I guess that's a slightly, I'm using the wrong metaphor here, but like basically get that in the rear view, try and make my baseline either like the standard or even the intensive difficulty. And then, I start saying, okay, I'm feeling confident enough. I'm actually going to push the difficulty a little bit more. I'm not going to be sort of fighting two masters in terms of, or serving two masters. Sorry, again, metaphor. In terms of the, I'm not going to be, I'll have a baseline understanding of the levels. I'll also I'll just get to see more stuff. There'll probably be some degradation in terms of my skill, just in the sense that I'm going to be spending a lot of time on introductory and then like normal. But, that's just going to be a small lobotomy I give myself basically. And then from there, my expectation, my baseline will be progressively more difficult levels. I have no idea what that will do in terms of my token acquisition and such, but we will find that out on the other side of the break. So again, a little bit of a more quiet stream tonight, although I am grateful for those who are here, particularly the ones who don't like horror games. But I'm going to take a quick minute. I would encourage yourself, if you have either been here from the start or if you have been just recently arrived, now would not be a bad time to maybe get a drink of water, otherwise take care of yourself. I will be doing the same, and I will try to see you. It's not going to be the shortest break, but I'm going to try and keep it reasonable. So we will see you in a bit. Oh, sorry. I was talking for a little bit and then proceeded to find I was muted. Thank you all for your patience. I know, again, I've commented on it being a little thinner. I'm curious. Actually, one of the things I can maybe say about Outlast Trials, I quite like this, as you might guess from the title. And I did get to show the Jaeger or the ex-Jaeger or whatever it's called. So the main thing I wanted to show was, it's now been shown. The question I have is if Outlast Trials is something that drives people away, which I don't want to do, or if it's just kind of a slow night. Because in one sense, I can play this myself, right? I don't necessarily need to stream it. And, you know, I've shared the thing that I wanted. So one of the things I can say, if you do like this, you know, whether you're watching on a VOD or you know, inside the chat, definitely let me know, because I may try and find a better way of doing... Sorry, I should have read the description for that one. Maybe I can do... Defining laws creates crime. Replace the precinct's training film with Murkoff's reels and make future crimes our own. Now this is another one where I... the last couple times I did it, it says it's a 15-minute encounter, but it takes me about 45. And I suspect that is not going to be improved with the higher difficulty. So depending on the time that it takes, I may switch to the orphanage.
You are the teacher. We lend police authority to protect our property and profit. When they overstep their bounds, they must be taught fresh humility. Change the educational film, and we will let you out.
This one also gets really interesting because it's got multiple levels, and like places like the shooting range, which normally you use as like a dark hiding spot, is actually bright. So I know we talked about this the last time we played this, but it's funny, right? It seems like such a basic thing, but like the mere fact that a familiar level you know, has these nasty little surprises, you know, those hiding spots you can't rely on, that path that you thought would be open. I will actually confess that tends to stress me out a bit more than being pursued by an enemy. Largely because I think those are the mechanisms that I rely on. Like the enemies coming after me, that's going to be something that I just need to learn to deal with. A lot of bottles. Oh, I rather wish I could... Oh, I gotta get... Yeah, no, I gotta go to the other side for that. Oh boy. I better find a hiding spot.
Make me a bird.
Okay. Can't say I want to repeat that sort of thing. Oh, there is a hiding spot here. Okay. I might have to... Yeah. So I wish I had a slightly better read on where I went, but I didn't have a whole lot of options in terms of movement, so... Okay, I think I'm just gonna make myself scarce here. Not good, especially if it's the Jaeger. Nope, sounds like it's another... Okay, that's gonna be a problem. So I do want to keep an eye out for propaganda posters. I can't remember how many of those I got. Oh boy. Just in case he decides to... At the very least, I'm going to want to leg it as soon as it makes some noise. So I think if you're in co-op, you can actually, like, move back up there. I do realize I'm kind of wasting potential batteries here, but my rig recharges the battery, so I'm not as worried about that. Oh. So I don't know where the reel is yet. I'm just collecting. Okay, that's a night vision. Fortunately not an X-ray vision. Alright, that's unfortunate, but... Okay, so a couple things that I want. Definitely want to get my inventory full again. Okay, not so clear where coil is. Don't want any part of that. Okay. That's a mad doctor. Want to take that threat seriously, but obviously it's one that I know how to handle. So one of the big problems I have here is I don't know if there's another gate that I should be trying to go through. Oh, there's the diamond. Okay, and that's the booby prize. You know what? Take the adrenaline. Oh, it's the wrong thing. Okay. Ooh, that's not a sound I wanted to hear.
There's gotta be more punishment. Thank you.
It's a little too rich for my blood, so... Obviously, for some of these, I'm like going straight into rooms where I don't know what's waiting for me. I think that's just part of the... I think that's just part of the proposition, right? Okay. This could get ugly fast.
Goddamn, these bones.
I'm gonna try it. Okay. There's definitely a few people running around doing things I don't want to see. So as an intermediate goal, I want to try and find the room, the club room. This isn't a huge consequence if this thing sees me, but I don't like closing off options. I could be convinced that a brick is more important than adrenaline right now, but... Okay, a moon. Oh boy. Okay, so I gotta get out of range of this thing. So this was a similar scenario to when I first found, or rather, when Henrietta first found me. I was trying to dodge one of the, this seems like a disaster. Oh, it don't have a brick. Okay, so that brick would have been more useful. If I find out what this is, this would be more helpful. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. So the dilemma on that one was I don't have a good idea of what the upstairs looks like, so... And she has range. So this is an outside option here. Okay, sadly... Oh. Oh boy. That wasn't me. But I'll have to pay for it all the same. Okay, I think he's coming for me. I probably should have locked the door, but I think I will be oh, no. Because she's going to be able to see based on the fire. Oh, I got lucky. just run up. Try and get a little distance between me and the... Okay, I don't have a lot of good options here, so just bump that one open. So the problem was I did see... I don't think it was for a club, but I definitely saw a... I definitely saw a zone that I wanted to check out. Okay, I'm clearly getting turned around here. I think this is the start. Yeah, that doesn't help me. Oh boy. Oh crap! Better if I can hide, but... Whee! This is not where I want to be. So, obviously get ready to defend myself. So there very clearly was a... You know what? Screw this. But yeah, now you can see why I struggle with the timing on this. I don't have a clear system for seeing the...
Give me a reason.
I don't have a clear system for checking rooms for reels. Damn it. Okay.
Communism is a disease of
This doesn't work for me. See, catch here is I think I've been in here before. Yep, I've definitely been in here before, and we've already opened... We've already opened the room. Now, I don't mind doing a little more exploration around here. Okay. Someone banged open a door. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've been to reception too, but... One thing that would be nice is for me to try and undo that barrier. Is that a moon or a space station? I do have a bad habit for constantly crouching, but given how much glass there is, perfect. Okay, that's less friendly. Okay, and that's not the big lady.
Now comes the attention.
That is, however, a liability.
Still on the job. Good money all around.
This is happening.
So obviously I want to be careful about...
Here we go to grandmother's house.
Like, given enough time and distance. Okay. I better find a place to hide.
Too much reality.
But I did get the film. So one of the catches here is I don't have a clear plan for getting to the film room. That's a part 2 of the plan problem.
Sexy bitches on my motherfucking mind.
This is a bad place to be. So obviously the priority here is to get to the upper level now. Problem is, I've been spending so much time running for my life, I kind of forget where that is. Nope. One of the other important things here is that I'm feeling reasonably good about where... Oh. Okay. I'm feeling reasonably good about where I am in the session, but the thing is I need like one bad moment to completely erase all of this progress. Which again is kind of the fun of this, really. Like the fact that you can be in a situation with... Okay. Stairs to the right. You know what? I will take the risk. This makes me a little nervous. Oh, you're kidding me. That's so bad.
I got a real short tolerance for public indecency. Freedom's never a clean naked.
So obviously a lost opportunity there with the reel, but let's see if we can do that again. Oh, that's bad. Okay.
Clop, clop, clop. I wonder if they make these for look. There you are. Every one of you little worms!
So he's camping the reel right now. I'm going to need to give this some time. But he's also in pain because he's got the bright lights.
Shitbird. I see everything.
The big question here is if there's anything upstairs, which there might be. Okay. So we're clear of that. Okay, that's a problem. Better. Less better. Okay, this is no good to me. Okay. I'm going to want to make sure I'm ready, but... I have to wait to hit the button. And there's no hiding places. Cool. I mean, over time, but that went a lot better than what I've normally done on that one. Potential mana personality candidate: Mark for sodium amytal questioning regarding Skinnerman. Yeah, and I'm not worried about the triggered sound traps. That's like sometimes if you're being chased, that's part of the part of the deal. Okay. I'm going to need to clear a bot in a second, but I think we're ready for a new map.
Perfect. You're the engine of the future. I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity. Every day is tomorrow.
I think I told a story from the like early. Again, it feels weird to call it the early access period, but like the warm up or whatever, where. And like, sorry, like this is one of the cases where I worry about me being like kind of a bully. But there was like someone who said in Steam. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna tab out to deal with the bot anyway. First of all, I'll get my special purchases. Yeah, so still not enough for Geister, but I bet... Oh no, not even enough for the regular Murkoff. Never mind! So let's deal with the bot. Okay, I'm just going to see if I can find this on Steam. Outlast Trials. I didn't realize this was $50. Worth it, but all right. So what are we looking at here? Community hub, discussions. Yeah, I don't think I can find. There's a lot of content now. So, but yeah. So one of the one of the things that was funny about this to me, and I do feel bad for this person, but like they made the point that it's like, I failed the trial. I already feel bad, and then the game, like, Easterman tells me he's like super mad about it, and like tells me off, and like I just don't need that kind of negativity in my life, man. And like I am 100% sympathetic to this view, right? Like, if you're feeling already bad, like it kind of sucks to have the game kick you when you're down. I'm sort of also of the view that like this is not a game about pleasant stuff, right? Like the game is not stating that you personally are a bad person, but like I get it, right? I don't feel the same way, but like I kind of understand that if you feel really invested in a trial, and you fail it, and then the game sort of tells you off for failing it, that's just kind of compounding your misery. But the thing is that they posted this on the Steam forums, right? So of course this person's gonna wind up roasted. And like obviously they're gonna get it even worse than what the game says. So like I said, this is where I become a little worried about the bullying, because I'm sort of like I do feel okay, I'm fascinated by this. What's the timer on this?
No one but you can say what you deserve.
I'll just take a minute in the hub while I get the idea out, but we will be moving on to the orphan. It's just because I know when we go to the orphanage, I'm probably going to be a little bit more concentrated on the game, so I'll share the anecdotes and then move on. But yeah, like it's one of these things where like I'm sympathetic to the player who felt that, but I also kind of it's just one of these ones where it's like I don't know what to expect, right? It is this is the unfortunate reality of the world, is that sometimes horrible things are funny, and in this case, like while I wish that person wasn't sort of set upon, because I'm sure they didn't actually feel very good based on the forum posts. The situation is, it is admittedly quite funny. So, and I do feel slightly bad for saying that. There was a point behind that, but it has since escaped me. All right, so that means we go to the orphanage. The other thing that's funny is I wanted to say, I don't know if anybody in chat, I'm not very good at, sorry, I should like finish a thought before I move on to the next one, but I don't know. So maybe disclosure at the start. I don't know that much about literary criticism, which I realize is a shocking revelation on a Twitch stream. So yeah, by the way, we got our A+ here. I was, again, pleasantly surprised by how this one went. I am tempted to try psychosurgery, but if I'm going to do a 45-minute trial, I think it's better to try the orphanage at this point. And looks like, yeah, we are, we do need to do cleanse the orphans first, which I'm fine with. All right, cleanse the orphans. 1 to 4 players, 45 minutes. Education establishes obedience and faith makes it manifest. Teach the children, give them first communion, and make them ours. But yeah, so I'm not really equipped to kind of talk about this thing that I'll approach here, but there's apparently an idea in Canadian literary criticism. So like one of the issues that you need to deal with, I'm gonna actually just shut up and take the briefing and then move on.
Education and faith must follow our mandates. Children will learn obedience. Shape them young, and they're ours for life. Teach the children. Give them first communion, and we will let you out.
I believe this is the first time I've seen Mother Gooseberry since the like the more elaborate version was released. So yeah, from what I understand, there's an idea in Canadian literary criticism of the garrison mentality. So it's sort of this idea that Canada, beginning as sort of this colony and trying to defend itself against the elements, but then also being next to, a huge cultural exporter with a very large economy and a very, like just big across every dimension you can imagine, right? And this need to sort of defend its identity in the in the face of something like that. It's something that I think it might even be Northrop Frye that first mentioned it, but the thing that I find kind of interesting, I'm going to do something a little different here just for the start. I can see trying to... Well, I suck. I think getting rid of things that can potentially ruin my run when I escape is a good idea. I also didn't realize there were propaganda posters here. I should maybe read them. But yeah, so again, I don't know what kind of explanatory power this has. Like this is...
Wakey, wakey, my little angels. Let's all enjoy some angel dust so we're ready to seize the day.
This can sometimes be, let's see, Mother's Coke. This could be like trying to talk about psychology and, only talking about Freud or Skinner or something like that. Like, it's not that these are not contributions to the field, but it's also fair to say that it's also fair to say that sort of the world has moved on, right? I gotta go back down. Right, so like, if you're focusing on Freudian analysis, probably you're not...
It's happening, Daddy! They're coming for the children! Let's not that solo bullshit! I'm going to kill them, Daddy!
Right. Close enough.
Jesus had a dinner party for everybody who was on the team. He knew that someday he would come back from the dead to reward the good people and punish the bad people. But that's not why we have communion. Heavens no.
Girls' dorm and boys' dorm, so I gotta head back. Infants' dorm. Nope. I keep forgetting how
And because of the magic trick of community, you know if you're one of the good people.
So Boys Dorm should be the next destination. It does feel a little weird that I haven't seen that many enemies.
We're trying to wake Stuart up! Or them to death!
God, I suck at this! I think I'll probably just accept the loss of that other brick. Sup? I was totally ready to throw something at that nun. So again, this is kind of achievement, or not achievement, but okay, that's gonna be a problem. Okay. I do want to be a little careful with this, but if I can,
You can't hide from a goose in a goose. We will return to our regular.
Yes, you feel like that area.
so the dilemma here is hitting Gooseberry while still dodging the doctor. I can still try and do objectives though, so like I don't need to. So I'd normally be tempted to try and take out the duck here. You know what? So obviously I don't want to trigger a fight here if I can avoid it.
Have you ever... Oh, I'm afraid you've upset Dr. Butterman. Daddy's gonna show you central hygiene. Oh, heavens! He and Daddy want to play.
Again, completely surplus to requirements right now. It's just a nice chance to be mean to... the prime asset. Anyways, garrison mentality. Let's see if I can talk about this. So yeah, the basic idea here is that, you know, we may not be a, you know, we may not be trying to survive the, you know, the dangerous wilderness or something, but okay. I'm trying to remember if... Oh. So I seem to remember this one has a couple of big guys.
Please report to your homeroom class for a reading from 1 Corinthians.
Don't worry, children. Mother's your substitute today, and we're going to watch.
God, I'm bad at this. Problem is, I don't know which classroom I need to be in. Clearly not this one. Oh, there's more than one reel. Okay. We'll be fine. But yeah, so, again, like, the idea here isn't that we're, you know, in the year of our Lord 2025, like, wondering if a grizzly bear is going to run into the cabin or something. But the idea is that, again, if you sort of follow this reasoning, the idea more is that sorry, it's very difficult not to
Say you got to do right. Cocaine will get you out there fucking and fucking.
Shepherd, guardian dear,
should just put that on as like break music or something.
this day and ever, to keep and hide, your ship to land, to rule my loyal shepherd, guardian
So maybe classroom 1? This could get bad, but... I meant to do that. Okay, but one of the ways that they sort of give an example about how this mentality may still inform Canadian stories, an example that you could take would be this maybe not insistence, but this definite I don't know, preference. Basically a oh crap. Okay. Not crazy about the sound there, but I mean, I keep hearing sounds of dangerous people, but we'll see what direction they go. Yeah, this is fine. Take the shadowy way back. Yeah, so one of the ways that you can see this in maybe a more modern story would be sort of a uncommon insistence on rules, let's say, right? So this idea that in the face of the great disorder, the wilderness, the hostility, establishing order, the garrison, trying to get some kind of control on the wildness is something that still shows up. And I mean, this can come across in, and again, this is where I don't want this to sound more contemporary than it's intended, but like the idea of trade, right? There's this idea that, we want order, we want rules, we want stability, and so the breaking of that or the disruption of that is something that might provoke a disproportionate response, or is something that would really hit the core. But again, this can take lots of different forms. It doesn't have to be like just trade is an example where you wouldn't normally associate that with a fortification. God, dancing! What are we gonna do here? Well, this ain't it. I'm pretty sure I have to do something in here. Oh, there we go. What are you gonna do about it? Okay, this seems like misery over here, so unless I can find a brick. Actually, you know what? Aw, damn it. Yeah, so that didn't alert every single enemy on the... So, of course, the catch on this one is that I'm now, I'm now stuck trying to get some recovery. Oh, but we are playing on easy, so there's bottles galore. Not sure this is where I need to go, to be honest. Nice to check for goodies and all, but I do need to actually focus on the task at hand. But yeah, so I realize I'm taking a long time to get through this idea, but one of the things that I find really interesting is the potential implications for this on Canadian horror, right? You know, you are under, if you're talking about Canadian media, you are under no obligation to talk about, you know, garrison mentality. It's an idea that has been put into my head. It seems to have some useful properties. And so it's an idea that's kind of fun to just sort of roll around in your head. I think I prefer the brick. Underappreciated benefit of the X-ray specs. I don't know if I want to sit here waiting 10 seconds. I mean, at this point, might as well. My emotional support gasoline? No. I may need to make a run for it. But yeah, so again, like it's an idea. It's one that you can hang on to. It's one you can ignore. And generally with this sort of stuff, like again, I want to try and find a way of saying this, like without sounding too mean. Literary criticism doesn't always have the best track record for instilling, you know, a love of the genre or like, or not genre, love of reading or, you know, an edifying way. I don't think I need the thing is, I don't know what I'm looking for, so... Oh. That guy... like, he can't hear anything. There's no way. But instead of lugging the gasoline around, I'm going to find the generator before I do anything else. We know it's not the heart. It's also probably not the fire. You get shocked if you randomly guess, so I'd rather not. Although it does say the generator in the basement, so I guess I have a place to take the fuel now. Okay. Canadian horror. Well, this is not going to go well for me. So, my bad for not checking those. I don't believe I've seen the eye yet. And I also don't think there's a whole lot of point in going to the basement. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of have to now, but... okay, but... like I said, it's an idea that you can roll around in your head, and what I tend to like about these things is, again, you have the option, take it or leave it, but oftentimes they will give you a little something extra. All right. Not ideal. It'd be very funny if the Jaeger came out, but I don't believe it comes out in the introductory levels. Okay, there's someone else.
Everything else is a dream.
Okay, that's not so good, but I actually think there's a way that this can work in my favor. Okay. Well. Shocker. Oh, that's really funny. There was a fuel tank right beside. All right. Well, we'll just give it a minute. But yeah. So again, it can be useful just to sort of think, okay, you know, Canada's colonial past, informing some of the attitudes that it has, and how you know, they show up in unexpected ways, in the sense that, you know, in a cultural landscape, you know, you can see a very strong cultural exporter as being, you know, analogous to the wilderness, or, you know, the sense of identity or whatever. But the one that really strikes me is the idea of order and fairness. Because that does kind of strike me as sort of a Canadian thing. And in fact, one of the really fun takes I've heard on the somewhat preposterous acts of violence that you hear Canadians like perform in wars is sort of, you know, Canadians want, you know, rules, order, and stability, and if you break them, they will do as much as they can to show you why it's important to have those rules, orders, and stability. Again, that's maybe a degree of macho-ness that I think a lot of Canadians maybe want to have but can't necessarily deliver on. But it's a fun idea to sort of roll around in your head. But where I think this becomes interesting in relation to this game, and there's a specific reason why why I want to talk about it in relation to Outlast, is you can actually think of some really interesting ways that this idea gets perverted. So when I think of Canadian, like good Canadian culture, stuff that I think everyone kind of agrees is like, oh man, I didn't know the Canadians could do that. Well, I clearly don't know where I'm going. I can think of a few movies, and I actually tend to think quite a bit about horror movies. And I think there's actually an interesting reason as to why that might be the case. There's a pretty good horror film by a filmmaker named Vincenzo Natali called Cube. It's probably one you've heard of. But in there's a couple of things that are kind of interesting about Cube. All right. I'm going to be hunted for a little bit. Could also do with a recharge. I think I'm going to need to undo that lock. Okay, don't want to go searching corpses. But I also don't want to just be hanging out for no reason. Oh boy. So he's probably going to just make a beeline for me. It's rather strange. I actually thought I had a good read on where I was in the level, but I very clearly don't. Whoa. So give that a minute to clear. So anyways, Cube is like this really nice, it's like another thing that's great about Cube is it's a wonderful example on how you can make like an interesting sort of like science fiction. It's a good example how you can do like a science fiction-ish sort of threatening high concept sort of a movie, but on a small budget. So the idea here is that these strangers find themselves in a cube. Each room is sort of a cube shape, and there's exits in each of the areas. And if they go into the correct room, it's a maze. If they go into the correct room, they they survive, and they move to the next area. And if they go to the wrong room, it's fatal. There's a trap of some kind. And I mean, some of the traps are a little bit more escapable than others, but generally the usual outcome if you go in the wrong room of the cube is death. But where this gets interesting is the game, and I'm definitely gonna have to shut up for a little bit when this happens. Here we go. Sorry, buddy. Would it help if I went slower? Whoa! So I got absolutely nothing to protect myself with. Surely I hit her 5 times. Okay, actually we're under time on that one. God help us all. Four enemy headshots. I mean, that's gotta count for something, right? I think it would have told me if I got the, finish the challenge though, so I guess that gives me an excuse to do one more mission. Uh-oh. Okay, well, I'll at least be able to finish the thought while I'm in the lobby. I think all that I'm missing there is the effusive praise. The cube in Cube, it actually asks the question, like, why, why does something like this exist? Like, why, who would build a giant death cube and put people in it? Cool. Got an extra level out of that. So don't have any options on these. Can't do that. Nope, Genesis. Oh, cool. I really should save these up, but it's definitely different from what I thought. Should have... Oh yeah, I've got I can buy a couple things. Okay, so... Okay, anyways, so so what is the answer to, like, who, why, what is it with the giant death cube? I didn't vote for this. And basically I don't think it's verified, like, I think this is just a speculation on the part of the people inside of Cube, but they say it's like, you have a bureaucracy that makes each individual part. Nobody is aware of what this is, what this is actually making. And so there's no one person that has ever, like, said, I'm going to make the giant death cube. This is just something that has happened with a bunch of independent items working together. And whether or not they actually explore, I do know that there were sequels to Cube. Whether or not they follow that idea, I think that's a really interesting idea. And again, specifically in the context of the stuff that we were talking about in this idea of the garrison mentality, because what's interesting about that is you actually do have an ordered system, right? You have this thing that is supposed to be, the presentation of safety, or source of safety, the thing that we tend to rely on, again, speaking as a Canadian. And yet what has happened? It's been perverted. It's been turned around, and it actually becomes the thing that's trying to kill you. And so I think it's why it's not just an effective horror movie, but why you can say that that's actually a fairly distinctive Canadian horror movie. It's one of these ones where you can sort of have this idea that really this is the kind of story that only could have come out of Canada. And of course, this is not to imply that Canada has like a unique, talent for horror or something like that. I think there's good Canadian horror for sure. But I'd also say, like, there's the Netherlands, I think, gave this really disturbing movie, The Vanishing, which I saw that in school. It's like a really old movie. Like, it was an old movie when I saw it. But I remember seeing it in school, and it's like, yeah, there's some ideas in that. So, you know, again, horror's an international phenomena, but I think there's something really interesting specifically about Cube and the way it presents the menace in a way that, you know, when you take that idea of the Garrison mentality, there's actually something kind of interesting that gets unlocked when you take that idea. And so this is why I actually think the Outlast games, and this will be the Outlast Trials, this will be Outlast 2, although I'd say definitely Outlast and Outlast Trials are probably the two that I'm thinking of the most on here. We talked when we played Outlast about Dr. Ewan Cameron and all of these, you know, experiments that were done in Montreal, and I believe there was at least some part of it that was connected to MK Ultra. I believe some of it did eventually make its way into sort of enhanced interrogation techniques, quote unquote. So whether or not Red Barrel, to be honest with you, I find it really hard to believe that Red Barrels is a Quebec-based game developer and was completely ignorant of that bit of Canadian history. Like that just strikes me as maybe a little too far off. But I'm also not going to say that they just took like chapter and verse out of that story to make those games. But again, there's lots of horrible things that have happened in the world. There's lots of horrible things that have happened in Canada that you can write about. You know, as an example, in terms of serial killers, right? We have Robert Pickton, and we have it's Luca. Oh, God, I forget who it. The guy who like there's two things I know about. He's really good looking, and he mailed body parts. Okay, I really don't want to be looking up killers on my stream, but I'm curious now. Oh, sorry, Rocco Magnotta. Convicted of a so I guess it's not a serial killer, but a high-profile 2012 murder and dismemberment of Chinese international student Jun Lin in Montreal. And I mean, like, that was really horrible because the video was posted online. So, you know, not to dwell on this, but, you know, Canada is not immune. Really horrible stuff happens in Canada. And there may be a question in terms of, you know, taste, whether doing depictions or adaptations of these stories, you know, but I mean, let's be honest here, right? There's plenty of bad taste films, but why is it that you get really effective horror films about cubes, and you don't see the Canadian serial killer angle? And I think in the case of Outlast and the Outlast Trials, it's because, again, if you take that lens of Garrison mentality and this sort of Canadian need for order in a hostile environment, you get an idea, at least to me, right? I take that idea in my head and I shake it out and see what comes out. I get something very similar to Cube. You get this idea that hospitals are places where you are supposed to be treated and you're supposed to get better. You know, restoration of order, you know, something bad happened to you. This is the place where you make it better. And that doesn't happen there. You know, you're confined against your will, or, you know, the place where you need to be made healthy. And again, scary hospitals are not a uniquely Canadian thing, but specifically this idea of terrible experimentation on people in a, you know, in the place where the good stuff is supposed to happen, that inversion and perversion of the order, I just think kind of disturbs a Canadian in a unique way. And so this is, I mean, again, I'm going on at great length, and I should get back into the game. It's just, I know there's going to be some dialogue on this. It's kind of funny that I came to this late, right? I've gone through a Canadian education system and was not familiar with the concept of the Garrison mentality until I sat down and sort of thought about it, and or like I did some reading on my own and thought about it a little bit, and then I just sort of realized, man, if you look at so many of the successes of Canadian games like RimWorld, that doesn't even require any elaboration. You know, again, not unique to Canada. There are games of that style that have been made, but there's something, you know, there is something kind of special about RimWorld. And at least in the case of the Outlast games, it sort of shook something loose in my head that I thought was interesting and makes me appreciate the craft behind these a little bit more. I think in the end, it's like it was hard for me to entirely justify, like, Outlast 2 is a hell of a ride, but some of the stuff that it deals with, I sometimes wonder, like, I don't think there should be limits in terms of what you depict in media, but I do think there's sometimes a responsibility you have in terms of making sure that what you do is sort of equal. You know, you need to be equal to the task, right? If you're going to show something, you know, really extreme, ideally you are taking on something equally weighty. And I really, really like Outlast 2, but I haven't always been able to articulate why that story needs to be told in the way that I sort of feel I could defend Outlast and definitely Outlast Trials. But I mean, again, none of that is a knock against the games. I think it's more just me, the fact that I'm still trying to decode these games a little bit and see what's going on. But definitely the rumination that I had here, and it's kind of the first time I've been able to express it in sort of a complete thought, admittedly a disjointed and over a few installments. It is one of those things that actually gives me a real appreciation for what Red Barrels has done with this game. And of course, it's got me on the lookout for other examples. Okay, feed the children. A healthy body makes for a healthy mind. Provide the children with the nutrition they deserve. I will just share, I think this will probably be the last one I do tonight. I'm actually already a bit over time, but not unpleasantly so. I'm actually surprised and delighted by the progress that I made. Also, I'm like a lot calmer on the...
You are a caretaker. You care with one hand and take with the other. If the children will not feed themselves, poison them. Then we will let you out.
Because I don't need to deal with the Jaeger, like, I've just felt a lot more relaxed about the... Like, obviously, you know, that last one, I just made a beeline for the exit. I saw Mother Gooseberry, and I'm like, I'll just kind of run around the side here and make it. Like, I never would have done that in a harder... harder difficulty. This is one of the other things too, like if there's that worry, and again, there's no guarantee that this is the case, but yes, apologies to those of you who may be new to the stream. I'm playing on loser mode. I gotta clear it out of my queue. But sorry, what was I gonna say? It's one of the things that I think is a little bit of a shame. If people do feel a little uncomfortable watching something like Outlast, like I get it, right? Like this, even an image like this, like some people just don't want that kind of negativity in their life. And I think that is a perfectly reasonable. That's a perfectly reasonable perspective to have. I think I need to get stuff to... yeah. think I walked. I thought I walked on some glass, but apparently not. I should probably try and get a should probably try and get a recovery. Yeah, one of these. Okay, good start. But yeah, so again, like, I totally understand people who just do not want to deal with this kind of stuff. You know, they play games for enjoyment, and the idea of like seeing a bunch of unpleasant things in a sequence, or being scared, or I was a little nervous there. You know, any of these reasons, like I'm mildly sympathetic to the idea of not. Sorry, I just thought I heard a. Man, these levels feel so empty after playing on the harder difficulties. Not that I'm complaining.
What can you do to me?
But one of the reasons why I do find it a little bit of a shame, and I wish there was a good bridge between people who like horror and people who might find this a little too much. I'm just gonna take a peek here to see if there's any propaganda posters. Okay, not crazy about that sound, but now this isn't where I want to be. Okay, not great. But this will. Unfortunately... Oh no, there we go. Alright. You know what? Screw it. Right, I can't go through here. That's fine, because I can give him the slip.
Let an ugly spirit walk upon you.
At this point, it's just makes just as much sense to let them go their own path. This is weird, though, that they're pointing me this way. Okay, so I kick that open. Let's not walk into the bad guy. Actually, at this point, I might as well go downstairs. See if I can find another way out. Also, if I can find a battery, that would be welcome. Didn't I just... Oh, it's 4 in total. Okay. I thought that was a weirdly short mission.
Little children.
This will not be good for my health. Alright, apparently they are not... They're indifferent to the sound of breaking wood. There are some interesting visual cues that this game gives for... Yeah, so there are some interesting visual cues that the game will give you for certain abilities or lack of abilities. I haven't done a good job of going straight back to where you were. Alright, this is going to be complicated in a second. That's not that hard to deal with. Oh. I was a little further away.
Whatever the fuck I am.
Oh, you're just praying for those roaches.
I'll confess though, this is like... Oh, makes it easy. You know what? I deserve whatever I'm getting here. Oh, son of a bitch! I was not expecting a locked door. If I can get another brick, that would be nice, but... Ask and ye shall receive. Okay, well, that's not helpful. But yeah, so, you know, obviously I've had a couple moments where I'm chasing just because or chased just because yeah, I'm just running around doing my thing, right? I'm not constantly crouching, you know, I'm willing to do stuff like this. Probably should be using the rig a little bit more. If I can find something to throw at the duck. So this is a good example. But yeah, like this feels very low pressure. So I could see myself playing. I could see myself playing this like just, you know, I want to relax, don't feel too stressed, but don't feel completely completely without threat or menace. So it's totally giving me a guide. Oh, there we go.
No coincidences, no accidents. The doctor.
So that looked like her eyes were bandaged. Like I said, I do need to get a little bit better at the visual cues, but the other thing is, like, it's not like I want to, it's not like I want to stand in front of the bad guy to see if the hypothesis is correct. Also, sorry, I think I started a thought and I didn't finish it. But yeah, the one thing I was going to say, like, I'm very sympathetic to people who just do not need this kind of negativity in their life so far as horror is concerned. And yet, because I know there's some stuff which is more than just showing you unpleasant things, yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Evacuate the trial immediately.
Hasn't seen me yet. I don't know if I have another path. You know what? We're gonna give it a shot. Unwanted. Again, the most hilarious outcome would be if it's like, okay, time to bring the Jaeger in. I'm going to make a guess here that I can't get back to the exit through this path. So again, problem here is there's a few things that might want to take me out that I'm not as aware of. Music will probably let me know if there's a problem. Okay.
Please exit the trial.
So I'm obviously making a problem for myself.
You almost fell on me, you stupid cow!
But we made it. All right, so roughly on time. Yeah, so anyway, sorry. Reagent displaying real totemic belief, fully embracing the primacy of the unreal. Yeah, triggered one sound trap, so I feel slightly bad about that. But yeah, so again, like, because there's some not exactly stellar examples of horror, and it's just kind of gross out and stuff like that, which is like, it's got its place, right? It's, if that's what people like, then I'm not really in a position to say, hey, did you say that Canadian hospitals are like the movie Cube because we get shifted from white? That's funny. Have you seen Cube, Revive Snow? That's the more accurate interpretation of the. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there is that side of me that says, no, keep forgetting it's this. I mean, it depends on whether or not you want to watch a horror movie, right? Like, I'll never get you to play this game. Your favorite board game? I had no idea that there was a board game based on it. Let's see if I can get any goodies. Not enough money. And we need 25. I mean, what's one more easy trial between friends, right? Room 25. Sorry, just give me a second. I want to write that down. Interesting. I'm going to have to check that out. By the way, Snow, you're not... did you start chatting because I said that was going to be the last one? Will you mind if I do another one of these things? Because I know, for those of you who are not familiar, I really do appreciate you speaking up, because I know it's been a thin a thin stream tonight, but I like this. But like I think, like I said, there is a side of me that wishes that there was a way of being able to bridge that gap between people who are like, I don't need this in my life right now, and to also point out that some of this stuff is actually really interesting and expresses something in a way. Dailies, sorry, I'm trying to think. Dailies for Space Marine 2. But yeah, there's like I feel like there's some sort of midway point. I mean, obviously not freaking out during the during the broadcast is a way that at least some people have finally been able to enjoy Soma, because I'm not I'm not constantly panicking while playing it, and so they feel relaxed enough to be able to enjoy that really great story. But yeah, on the other hand, I don't want people to feel alienated. Like, if people were expecting XCOM tonight and I disappointed them, I do feel a bit bad about that. All right, save the children from Mother Gooseberry and lead them to their new foster home. Depending on how long it takes me, again, I am specifically trying to do these so that I can get as much as I can out of the... I'm trying to get as much as I can out of the seasonal event in 5 days. Interesting. I wonder why I'm having so many problems all of a sudden. So now I gotta ask what dailies you're doing. Also, sorry, I shouted out Revive Snow, but I gave you absolutely no reason to say. So, Revive Snow, fellow Canadian, understands the garrison mentality. I don't know, did you ever learn this in school? Because that was me just like reading about, I can't remember if it was because I was reading about Northrop Frye, Margaret Atwood, or I was just, doing a search on Canadian cultural identity, as one does. but I don't know. Like I said, I'm not normally one for like literary criticism. Like I think there's something interesting about it at times, but it's always been, to me, is this the sort of thing that okay, cool. So I don't feel like an ignoramus. Yeah, like I said, it's something that's given me the ones.
Are poison. Toxic swamps in which families suffer and drown. Rescue the children from mother, and we will let you out.
They really like showing that one, don't they? I'm definitely gonna need to make sure this one's tagged properly for the YouTube VOD.
Please proceed.
But yeah, fellow Canadian, player of Space Marine 2. I don't believe... Actually, you know what? I will say Lady of the... Or Lord... Lady as an avatar. I should know better than to assign... I've been told that people will say that they're... people that they're not on the internet. I am, in fact, not system... not a system jock. Fear of empty and hostile landscape. I guess most of Canada is pretty empty and our geese are quite hostile, so they aren't wrong. Yeah, well, like, so this is the thing, right? Like, what I find interesting about that idea is, in one sense, the whole, like, you know, the frontier, the... like applying it to ye old days can be interesting, but what I find so interesting about it is like the need for order applies really well to modern ideas, and that's kind of where I really started reflecting on it as it relates to Outlast. I also happen to really like Canada Geese. Oh man, I like the log driver's waltz. That is definitely one that is hard to get out of your head when you, when you hear it. It also taught me what burling was. I mean, I'm sure I knew what it was without knowing the name, but yes, sorry. Revive Snow, fellow Canadian, less appreciator of our fine Canadian goose, but knows how to waltz with the best of them. And has a really interesting stream setup. Like, again, I feel like this is not the best way that I can articulate the... Okay, let's be careful. There's definitely a bad guy running around somewhere to find me, but no evidence. What I should be doing, though, is not just randomly walking around, but I should be looking for those cords. Yes, well, easier said than done. You know what, we're just gonna do a merry old... We're gonna walk away from the drill sound. Okay. So clearly, I want to... Don't mind me.
Laughing at you, villain! Is that what you want?
I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. I don't think I have any hiding spots. Well, you know what?
Dr. Butterman!
I will teach you about dental hygiene!
That is a lesson I really don't want to take right now. Oh, damn it. Alright, well, it's going to penalize me for the sound. We'll be fine. Oh, okay, it's just as easy as opening the door. Fair enough. Now, question is, can I do that before they find me? Anyways, I'm sorry. So, Revive Snow, I kind of oversell this, but they do a broadcast that I'm pretty sure I see, yeah. So she might be on her way in the door. Yep. That's fine. We can give her the slip. But yeah, I used to joke about voiceless, camless streamers. You know what? We're just gonna run. See you, lady. I would never get away with that in the modes I was playing before. But yeah, so I used to joke about like voiceless camless streamer because obviously I'm very happy to be a camless streamer. But I will say, like, there's a few things I really appreciate, and this is one of the reasons why I kind of give the I give this example a bit more than I. Like, I don't know, like, sometimes repetition is beneficial because, you know, you don't know who's around, and maybe, maybe it's the first time someone's hearing about a streamer that you like. But one of the other reasons why I kind of like bringing back to it is I get to appreciate a few... I mean, number one, Revive Snow is usually adding and doing new things to their channel.
Nothing! Not a fucking thing!
I'm gonna miss playing on this difficulty, I feel. Yeah, so the stream's growing. The stream is trying new things. But one of the things I will say is I find new reasons to appreciate it. So like I can remember when I don't even know who sees me. this is brazen, but so much easier when you have colors. Well, I mean, a little bit, maybe not perfectly. But yeah, so like I remember saying a couple of silly things. I don't know if this actually provoked a smile or not, but like one of the things I really appreciated when I finally noticed it was like the Revive Snow's avatar just had like a big grin on its face when I said something that I was like reasonably sure was sufficiently amusing to, you know, make the broadcaster smile. You know, the difference between the thing that your friend writes and you say LOL to, but you didn't really laugh out loud. And then there's this sort of thing where, you know, it's like, okay, you got me. That was kind of funny. Like, and again, I don't know. I can't know for sure. I don't exactly poll people on my jokes. I just don't have the heart. But it was a little detail where I was like, you know, this is more than just an avatar. Or this is more than just sort of like a... more than just like a random figure or something like that. There's actual interaction that's happening here, in a way that maybe I didn't appreciate when I first saw it. And more importantly, you know, when I reflect on the fact that I have the benefit of messing this one up. When I reflect on the fact that, like, I consider the, you know, the tone of my voice, the speed, volume, you know, there's a number of factors that I can use to create a particular meaning. And the fact that Revive Snow does a very entertaining cast purely through text to speech. It's like, it's one of these things that really kind of impresses me. And like I said, I learn a little bit whenever I watch. But most of all, you know, some of you are probably not going to be watching Revive Snow. For streaming tips. Sure, Mother Gooseberry's not in the immediate area. So I can be a wimp and hide, but we're gonna go gooseberry hunting. Face me! Face me! What does that sound? Can't touch. I have no idea what that is. Extraordinary reagent performance. We may need to increase trauma to provide sufficiently challenging therapy. One sound trap. But yeah, the dare drop stuff is really interesting for sure. I've probably found, I think between El Canoe and Revive Snow, I've found a lot of new games that have wound up on my wish list as a result of their streams. So they do the whole influencer thing very well. But on top of it, it's actually just really fun to hang out. And the other thing too is that one day Revive Snow will watch Space King, and I'm curious what the reaction's going to be. Actually, this is one thing I was meaning to ask you, Revive Snow. I've been playing Rogue Trader recently.
You're special. Nobody else is operating on your level, and I have special things planned for you.
You watched two, but you didn't watch the third. So, are you being negative? There is. I after talking with a couple of people, I'm actually beginning to appreciate why some people are not a fan of it. But I will say, I do think it's really funny to consider the idea that, like, Space Marines are basically, like, overgrown kids, and they behave like it, which, yeah. That's probably. I mean, and just generally, I like satire. So, reunite the family. The nuclear family is the societal ideal. Release the orphan from the shackles of the state and reunite him with mother and father. But yeah, so I was kind of curious. Like, obviously, Rogue Trader is a CRPG. It could not be more different than Space Marine 2. But I also know you've been like reading a lot of, or at least on like YouTube, listening to a lot of Warhammer 40k lore stuff. And so I'm curious, like, have you become a fan of the setting? And are you interested in like the CRPGs, or are you very much about putting bolters into Xenos and Chaos, I guess.
Family is the grinding stone of youth, which separates the chaff from the tender meal of obedience. Reunite the child with his family. Put them to rest, and we will let you out.
This is fun. You know, there's normally like scary music. Oh, here we go. Oh, so I do have an option. There we go. I always thought I was just sort of subjected to... You know, it's funny. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Again, this is me like being too amused by like mean stuff on the internet, but I'm trying to remember. There was someone who like... There's a like, is it worse to be captured by like dark elves or chaos cultists in league with Slanesh? And then someone was sort of like, well, you know, working in the Imperium, it's like, you know, 18 hours of work a day or something like that, you know. That's not really any different from being like constantly tortured. Sorry, it's Drukhari now, not Dark Eldar. And like the reaction was like, you know, go back to our anti-work. Like, of course there's a difference between like having a really, you know, a really tough job and, you know, being constantly tortured by a species that feasts on your constant suffering. Right. But yeah, I did find it interesting that is like there's no meaningful difference. Yeah, they say oddly enough, I actually think there's somebody pointed out that it's actually not so different from Dark Elves in the Warhammer Fantasy Battle, the original, not Age of Sigmar setting. They sort of pointed out that in a story there's sort of a slave ship that oh, this is just some rando, I think. That's a lot of stuff down there.
That's my allergies this week. I mean, Jesus Christ.
So not crazy about what, I don't even know what I'm doing here. But I also think that's kind of the point. Like, I think it's deliberately not hand-holding me on instructions. But yeah, I think it was sort of like the story has something. There's some, you know, noble knight or whatever who tries to secure safety for his beloved. And I think the idea is that, like, the Dark Elves... That definitely sounds like a doctor. I think I'm beginning to understand the sexy nun trope. Okay, not great, but we can manage. I really want that propaganda poster. But yeah, so like I think it's the idea is that, you know, they lie to him, or at least they do like the conditional, you know, she's okay, or like on another ship or whatever, with no guarantee that like it is a good life or whatever, and then, you know, just put him in a cage and throw him to sharks or something like that. So that's unkind. Okay, I think I'm gonna try following the cables. I don't think I'm gonna see anything I haven't seen already, but no, that's why we check. And my poster. But yeah, I don't know what the I don't actually know what the motivation for the fantasy battles Dark Elves, because if I'm not mistaken, the whole point of the sort of like the pirates in Warhammer 40k, the Drukhari, is so I will go for the fuel once I have once I know a use for it, but this is just going to be something that slows me down until I get there. This is going to be a liability, so I don't always destroy them, but the ones where I can see myself like running from an enemy and getting like hit by one of those are the ones that that could have gone very badly for me. Those are the ones that I'm usually willing to knock out. I do need to get a replacement though. Okay, so that seems like we at least distributed some power. Ah, here we go. So diamond and club key. So it seems to me like the right call here is just to follow this cable until we find something useful. But yeah, so anyways, I think the motivation in 40k, you'll probably know better than me, Snow, is like there's a deal that was made with Slaanesh, and the idea is that by harvesting the suffering of their captives, come on, Mad Dog and a nun, what are you? Okay, that's unfortunate. I'm slightly tempted to try and get a lockpick for that, but yeah, so like I'm mildly sympathetic to the, I mean, like this is kind of the whole in a lot of stories you have this idea of, you know, why. Okay. I notice a blindfold, so presumably
I'm gonna let you fly
they're
off the
audio
soles of my
only.
shoes.
But I also think they oh man, this is so twisted. That almost went very poorly for me. You better believe I'm hoping that door doesn't open. I screwed up. But yeah, anyway, sorry. So, there's no shortage of stories where, you've got some sort of dark, you have some sort of dark pact made, and so in order to avoid your own destruction, you're capturing, you're capturing innocent people to, to pay the price instead. But I don't know if that's the same story in... I also don't believe the Drukhari were originally part of the setting. I think that was something that was added. I mean, it's an obvious choice, right? Oh, boy. I've definitely turned myself around, but I think this should... Nope. Okay, that doesn't help me either. So I was originally following this, which is fine. So we head here. Now if I want to follow this one instead, oh, this will get interesting. Okay. But now I'm going to want to find a way out there. Also, I've been wasting my power long enough that I need a refill. Oh, there we go. I completely ignored the... Nice. Okay, so it's still not clear where I get the keys, though. So that's probably going to require a bit of exploration. Ah, here we go. Oh, I screwed up. Of course, now I know where I need to get the fuel, or what I need the fuel for. Not obvious to me that they can see me. Wish I could have taken a look at the baddie, but presumably a doctor. Okay, so back to the basement. Feels like a bit of a long walk for the fuel can, but I know roughly what I'm looking for now, so I'm not gonna... this was the entrance. But yeah, actually, I guess the thing I'm a little curious about now is... okay, I did a nice big circle there. Also, that's 2 hits. Now this weirds me out a little bit. This feels definitely like the wrong... this feels like the wrong area. We were here previously and I don't think there was any fuel. Alright, on our way back. I realize this is probably not the stimulating Outlast Trials gameplay that everybody was hoping for, but we will persevere. So that presumably is somebody who can see me when the time comes. Does the boss ignore those guys that keep attacking you? Yes. Although I think where you might be like, so the idea is like these people who are just sort of randomly sitting in the environment, like does the boss or I think technically the name in the setting is the prime asset, but does the lady who wants to introduce me to a new and terrifying form of dentistry, does she go after those? The answer is no. Everything in the environment is hostile to me, and then presumably hostile to the co-op players that I would theoretically be playing with if I had friends. So like this would be ignored. But what I do find interesting is that they introduced an invasion mode, which I think they call an imposter. And this is, in one sense, a bit like some... See, I feel like I didn't have any way to avoid that. That's like 3 hits I've gotten now. And like they're not fatal. Again, sexy nuns. Okay, I'm just gonna run. So if you play this game co-op, there's this really neat thing that they do, which is when you play when you're playing co-op, you'll have these NPCs that show up that look identical to your... Already gave him perfect... Yeah, exactly. I do think there is an in-game reason as to why the prime asset only goes after what are known as the reagents, like the player characters, but I don't know offhand. In general, though, I've actually found that, again, this game is more than just sort of a succession of unpleasant-looking things, but it is apparently... it is actually sort of thought through in terms of the setting. Don't mind me. Oh, do mind me. I actually forget what I'm looking for. I'm not risking it. Oh, go to hell. This is gonna be fun. What does the clicker do? This thing? This gives me... So this is my rig. My rig... so it's you get to pick your ability. The one I've chosen is the ability to see through walls, which as a solo player I find really helpful. Answering polls and... Sorry, I think I maybe missed the... I think I'm slightly disconnected in terms of what you're saying. I do... Oh, sorry. Yeah, answering the clicker questions. I think I administered clicker questions too. Yeah, here we go. So as you can see, right, like instead of having to peek at Phyllis Futterman,
Little urchins. Going to play with my baby.
all right. Now the problem here is that like the reason why I'm okay, that's a pain in the neck. So the reason I was hanging out there was to just try and see if I could find the color. Like, it's likely it's the right one, but I don't want likely. I get shocked if I... Yeah, it was Diamond and Club. Okay. I do need to find a replacement bottle. Thank you, sir. Give it. Loser. That's what you get for dying. Bet you regret that. But yeah, so there's a couple of other ones. There's one that gives health. There's one that will stun. Is this blocked? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, and I think there's some. I think they added some new ones, like ones that add barriers and such. I will confess, I've only ever used the X-ray one because one of the special abilities that it gets me here is that by so one, I think you get more score for using the rig. So it's just one of these things that's easy to always have on cooldown. But on top of that, it actually replenishes my battery. So you may have noticed that I haven't been using the you may notice that I haven't been using the batteries sort of walking around. This is so clowny, but I want that propaganda poster too. I should actually be running for it and getting that diamond. Okay, yeah, it's these two. And one of the ways I can verify... Oh, never mind. Is there a hiding spot? There is. So I don't want to completely, clown this because I do actually need to spend some time getting the item. I could throw one of the bottles to distract Futterman, but the thing is I only have 2, so I, okay.
Are we playing hide and seek then?
Yeah, there's that's the object I need. So in that sense, I don't necessarily need to use the hints.
I try to make one new friend every day.
Okay, so I'm gonna do something a bit ballsy, but okay, she's too close. Damn it! Okay, I need bandages at some point. Yeah, so not great. I would have preferred not to take damage, and that might cost me the A+, but... How did he guess? Anyways, I've got the keys. But yeah, so anyway, sorry, I was talking about these imposters. So like one of the really cool things that will happen is someone who looks identical to your playing partner will like be around in the area, and it's only if you look carefully. Okay, let's just take a beat. That also looks like a file over there. I don't know for sure though. It's probably not worth hunting for. All right. I think she went straight to the exit. So I do want to be a little careful about this, but I've got X-ray to help.
There they are, Daddy!
All right, I really just screwed myself, but let's do our best.
Now, we're going to learn to respect our elders.
But yeah, so these like misnamed versions of your partner will show up in the level, and like if you let them get close enough, they just straight up stab you, which is a really neat and very unsettling touch. Exceptional performance, notify Easterman of potential reagent advancement. But when they add this invasion mode where you sort of take on that role, glutton for therapy, I'm curious what that one is. If you do the invasion mode, apparently, so the idea is that you'll come in as one of these imposters, and like it's a PvP mode, so you try to take out the people in those environments. But apparently, the hostiles will actually attack you, so you can't as an imposter run in, even though you are hostile to the player. If you go running in front of one of the giants, or like, Mother Gooseberry,
Damn near perfect. I'd almost think you're the one teaching me.
like they will go after you and kill you. So arguably, I have not done the invasion mode, but arguably one of the strategies would be, if you feel confident you're going to be able to, handle like the enemies coming after you. You could go running to a batch of enemies, doing whatever it is you're going to do to try and survive. But, then you have to, like, your imposter has to deal with a bunch of hostiles coming after them where they thought, originally they were going to be, just going to be focusing on you. All right, so I wasn't paying attention there, but what else can we get? So 6 trials of special therapy, secondary objective, 400. Wait. Oh, special therapy. Interesting. So I may want to be brick focused, not that I haven't been already. I don't think it really matters, but okay, on to page 7. I guess it doesn't really matter which of these I pick first, but yeah. Anyways, that's a super long answer to your question about whether or not the enemy gets attacked, but yeah, they'll focus on me. But there's one hostile element in the setting that will be taken out by the. Now, again, I said a couple sessions ago, I have the opportunity to finish the introductories on the orphanage, and I have done Gather the Children of God before, so this is pretty straightforward. Too much mother love makes a weak child. Gather the children and bring them to the priests for a more strenuous education. But yeah, sorry. We talked a bit about the 40k lore Revive Snow, but I'm curious. Like, is your interest? You know, it sounds like your interest was more academic more than anything. But I was curious if you have any interest in the. Oh, my frame rate just took a dive. Yeah, I was curious if like you'd be interested in some of the other settings, or some of the other things in the setting, like Necromunda and
You are the
Battlefleet
shepherd
Gothic.
who would save the poor little lambs from mother. Deliver them to the warm embrace of the church, and we will let you out.
Necromunda is actually an interesting one because it takes place on, I think, like a hive world. So you play these gangs in those like sprawling, miserable. Sorry, make it Twitch friendly. Hey there. Are they cultist gang? I believe there is actually a cultist faction, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Dig Inferno. I'm definitely going later on this one. I'm happy to see a few more people. I was talking with Revive Snow a little earlier that I'm a little worried that Outlast Trials may be alienating.
Proceed with caution.
This time around, I'm... Okay, I do not want to pick that up. That is actually very bad for me. Oh, good morning. So if I can, brick only, but... So main reason for crouching is just to avoid the... Actually, one thing I quite like about this is the... Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place in terms of topics. One of the things I quite like about this is the way that they introduce you to the mechanics. Like, it's, you know, like it's a game, of course they need to teach you the mechanics, but some games do it better than others. And in this case here, right, like it's reasonably, like... It's not incredible to say, okay, yeah, I should be following this wire. That's gonna spew bad stuff at me for a second. No more bricks, huh? Yeah, so having done that, we're now gonna turn our attention back to the child, the objective. Damn it! Oh, it was too much noise. So I did exactly the opposite of what I should be doing. Now, normally when I do this, there's like a giant that's patrolling around this area, so... Oh, I'm gonna take me one of those. Quiet, the doors are listening out. So, you know, it's not just decoration. There is information being conveyed. But yeah, so that's a nice little way. It didn't like... It's not like you had to sit down and do a tutorial level. I mean, there is a tutorial in the game, just to be clear. But, like, it's not like it had to sit me through a film to to show how, like, the abduction works, basically. Like, you know, follow the one thing that, you know, makes sense, the wire, right? So same idea here.
These walls are here to keep you in. Stay here.
Achievement hunting. Sup? Oh, missed. Damn it.
Did you hear that, Phyllis? Even I heard that, and I don't even have fucking ears.
Alright, this is gonna get a little complicated. Where is she?
See what the lizard sees to a turtle.
That's not a screwdriver of rabbit's foot.
God damn it! This is so dumb. Like, if I lose because of this, like, but, like, again, it's... I also don't know how far away from 50 I was. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to accept, Actually, what I am gonna do, though, I'm gonna go very risky and not get the recovery. But, as much as I would enjoy throwing things at Mother Gooseberry all day, I think I'm gonna have to settle for lifting the... Probably not going to be open long enough for me to... Actually, you know what? I was determined. Can't believe I completely missed that. Can't remember where the stairs are. Oh, right here. Listen, I feel bad enough as it is. You don't need to make this any worse.
Help me! I want to stay with Mother.
Okay, this is definitely one of these ones I want to be careful about the sound. One of the drawbacks here with the lack of enemies, fewer opportunities to throw things at the bad guys.
This is the children's portal, child. Blessed be. Nothing to see here.
For those of you like lore, by the way, if we can start off on one of the files, I'll try and share a little bit of the setting. All right. Okay, that didn't work.
My beautiful face! I'm looking, Daddy.
Okay. That's the risk of doing the funny business.
Oh, Dr. Fudd, do I have something you'd like?
So once I can get some more, once I get some more bricks, I can. What I might do as a precautionary measure, though, is take some bottles as a replacement. That would have been really bad if that went off. Okay, so it looks like I already got that one. Seemed like there were a couple of other bricks somewhere around here, but so again, the bottles are going to be for my defense. The bricks are going to be for the task. Okay, this might get dangerous in a bit.
Come on, Dr. Fireman. Let's teach them some manners.
So what I need to do here is be careful about that. I don't even know what to call it. Doesn't like the noise.
A woman's intuition.
Sworn there was somebody.
Okay, so like good to know, but we need to cut them loose first. I think I'm going to take the time to disable that trap. One of the other modifications I have are the slippers. You'll see that indicated on the right-hand side of my screen. One of the nice effects of that is I can walk over glass without triggering the sound. Sorry, I can crawl over glass without triggering the sound. If I run over it, it still triggers. So again, if I get a chance, I'm going to throw something at the... Well, not that thing, but... That's a very interesting definition of head, but I'll take it.
I didn't do anything wrong. I don't think it's confession in there. I don't have anything to confess.
Okay. That's not where I'm supposed to be going.
I didn't do anything wrong.
It's funny, actually. I really should be
I think it's confession in there.
a little bit more familiar with the environment.
Stay with Mother. I'm scared of the van.
But the
I don't want to go
I don't know. It's partly just because the level, like, they change it around for each of these little ones, so it's not. So far, it hasn't been fatal. So
I don't want to go to confession.
the big catch here is that because of the sound traps,
Let you do this.
I could theoretically run through this bit, but if, for the most part, like, I do actually need to flip-flops or Crocs. You should be able to see your feet. Sorry, you have to tip a certain amount before you can see the feet. No. We'll see what happens if I'm carrying the dummy. But yes, sorry, for those of you who are feeling particularly sympathetic to the children, please do note that they have drills that they are burrowing into people's heads, so... Not saying it's good or right. Oh yeah, so here we go. Oh yeah, this is funny. So flagrant false advertising about my I would love if I can actually get a shot on the guy. I got a couple bricks to play with.
Every inch is worth a scratch.
Sounds like I might get my wish. Face me! Got my achievement. Yeah, as you can see, slippers made of human skin. Now, one catch here is I'm actually not sure which of the dorms I haven't checked yet. I'm gonna go straight ahead for the start, but I think in this case I'm just gonna... Are infant dorms? I was gonna say, that is... I feel like when April comes around, they're gonna have to add that as a like a malice or a like a variant. Legos, you can't run through certain parts of the. Well, you know, you got blocks. Anyway, sorry. It's been. I realize everything I've been talking about this whole level has been just dumb. I'm doing this because I wanted to complete the scenario. I realize I'm late. But I am glad to have shared the experience with you. Misery loves company and all that. See?
I'm scared of the van. Don't make me go in the van.
This is more because I can rather than out of necessity, but... Now, if I can get another bottle or brick before... Like, at the... Okay. This is gonna be... close. But again, we know we don't need to worry about, like, the big scary, Jaeger. What I do need to be careful about, though, so I'll let him go up the stairs, but the big thing I need to worry about is if he chases me and I get to this sound detecting door. So yeah, this isn't exactly the kind of area I want to be going slow in, but... The only catch here is I am going to guess it's, like, we'll probably have plundered all the... Oh, never mind.
I want to stay with Mother.
Now the thing about this, right, the exit that we're heading to is really close to the van, which... Okay, let's take a minute here.
I don't think it's confession in there.
That might be where Futterman comes from. Oh yeah, she's close by. Okay, so I'm gonna wait till she turns around. Obviously I want to use the resources I have. Yo! Yeah, too long for what I was doing, but the future is ours. Oh yeah, no negatives. Mechanophilic and Bullseye. I don't know if we get another level off of that. Well, I can shut up. But that is going to be the last one. We are going to spend some time with lore. If I get a chance to sort of read something either from start to finish, or at the very least from the start to a to basically to have continuity. I'll read them. The only catch is I think I was missing some...
I know a teacher isn't supposed to love a student, but I can't help myself. You're wonderful.
Yeah, the like basically if I can find an episode 1, we'll do it. If I don't have an episode 1, then it's like we'll save it. All right. I don't actually need to go to my room to do this, but it's mine. I decorated it myself. See all the books? All right. First off, I was not expecting to do this many Geister. Oh yeah, actually, just before I so you're asking about the clickers.
Well,
Revise no. So yeah, a landmine that once triggered by the enemy will emit a temporary blinding explosion of smoke. Stun, powerful throwing device that emits an electric shock. It temporarily stuns and disorients enemies. Heal, an aerosol gas that replenishes your health along with the health of friends nearby. Barricade, install a barricade on a door or doorway to block it and delay pursuers. Jammer, disable electronic devices, unlock padlock containers and doors. So, for instance, we can view the upgrades. So activate expanded radius, expand the explosion radius, disarm all traps, door traps, and enemy mines that are destroyed by the explosion. Extended duration for the stun effect. Cooldown time is reduced if no enemy is hit. Electric boost, players within the blast radius will immediately regain some battery and stamina. Decreased cooldown, decrease the cooldown time before the rig can be used again. And prepared, the rig is prepared for use at the beginning of the trial. And I can contrast that with my X-ray, which tactical enhancement to see through walls, revealing the location of enemies. Shared intel, allies can see the locations of tagged enemies. Resources intel, X-ray reveals consumable items nearby, medicines, batteries, adrenaline, bricks, bottles, lockpicks, syringes, rig, recharger, etc. Classified intel, X-ray reveals sensitive items nearby, objectives, documents, posters, booster items, master key, traps, mines, etc. Extended duration, battery transfer using the X-ray recharges the night vision battery. This is why I generally don't use batteries as much. Decrease the cooldown time before the rig can be used again. And prepared, the rig is prepared for use at the beginning of the trial. So,
I'm just doing my job. I'm not anybody's therapist, okay? You want a shoulder to cry on, talk to one of them other guinea pigs. I'm too sensitive for this shit. You know what fucks me up? Y'all keep choosing to go back in. And I know you're stuck here, same as me. But you could just stay in the sleep room. Make a friend. Read a fucking magazine. But you keep going back in. Thing I hate is people saying anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Anybody tells you that's never been on a war. Never been poor in America. Shit. You think you might actually get out of here, don't you? Look at it this way. Rat does good and gets out of the maze. All it gets him is back in the cage. You get out of the maze, you're still in the lab. Do you think I'd still be here if I had a choice? I thought I was just doing another job. Do a couple of months, make some money, then go back to Franklin Lakes. Then I have a drink on the plane. And next thing I know, I wake up in the desert. If all they was trying to do here was make fucking psychopaths, that mission got itself accomplished a long time ago. Murkoff's got something else in mind.
I like this guy.
I want to get out of here. First thing is figuring out what it is you're escaping from. You gotta be watching the edges, paying attention. Sometimes I smooth out the scraps of newspaper that the components come wrapped in. I ain't found any later than May of 1956. It was August 1958 I got on the plane to come here. Now, I don't even know what year it is. I got a fiance out there, back in Jersey. Got a brother in Ohio. Don't even know I'm alive. Probably think I just walked out on him or got hit by a bus. God damn. You're still alive. I mean, don't nothing hurt like hope. But you might actually get out on the other side of this shit. You gotta stop playing their game. I mean, you gotta play their game, but not play their game. They're trying to change your ass. You know that, right? I think Murkoff's fucking with us all in here. They're getting in all our heads, changing the connections. I keep finding things from my life. From the world outside. My dog here, Tango. I wake up here, find him dead and full of sawdust. Sometimes I think I just might be dreaming. Or dying on that beach in a tube. I don't know if that's a good dream or a bad one.
I'm really interested in this, but it might take me a while to get through it. I've definitely done some with the nurse, but it looks like there's more. I suspect this is just doing all of the activities. But yeah, anyways, those are the different rigs. I have a slight preference for the X-ray. All right, buying stuff. Oh, drat. I don't know. I think there's like 4 more days of this. I can see myself winding up with 125. Like, you know, I'll probably spend a little more time on this than may be appropriate for a sane individual, but I think I might see this through to the end. And we should have at least one more. Yeah, in this case, I think I'm just going to go top to bottom. Again, the point on this is to get all the way to 10, so that'll have the 1,000 to buy the next catalog. But I'm not necessarily rushing for that. Okay. So, what I'm going to wind up doing, and again, if there's an interest in me continuing to stream this, I'll definitely do so, but I know I said this last time, but I think the clear preference for people is... Oh, that's interesting. So why do I have a global rating of A+ for the orphanage, but not the police station? Maybe it's because of the more coming soon. I don't know, but yeah, on my own time. Again, if there's interest in seeing more of this, let me know. I actually am willing to do some of this in on like the Discord and things like that. But my plan for myself, whether or not it's broadcast or not, I'm basically going to do the introductory on all of these, and the ones that I've not experienced, basically all of the courthouse, toy factory, docks, downtown, suburbs, and shopping mall. So I'm guessing there's at least two new enemies that I haven't seen yet, possibly more. Yeah, I just want to get the introductory out of the way because, again, comparing that to some of the trials that I was doing earlier on, I am going to get soft doing the introductory ones. So getting up to the point where I'm doing like normal and intense, and like getting used to that level, I think it's probably not a bad way for me to keep on top of the game. And then at some point I'll try like psychosurgery, but this is like, that's a lot to ask. The other thing is I think I'll probably get more tokens completing the items. All right, records. Oh, wow, cool. So the 2 trials failed were both those timed ones. 7 deaths total. So clearly 2 of them from the trials failed, so I appear to have died 5 times. Some of these may also include disconnects. I don't know, but 5 legit deaths. Oh, this is all just recent trials. Okay. Badges. Big Saver. Collect 15 evidence documents. Mechanophilic. Use 100 times. 50 adrenaline. 100 batteries. Headshot 50 enemies. Oh, we get to claim rewards for these. Mine, all mine. Major League Player, hit 100 enemies with throwables. Bamboozler, distract enemies. Can't touch this, take no damage during a run 10 times. I feel like I've done this more, but then again, this may have been introduced earlier. I'm interested in these. So 120 seconds sliding. I'm actually really close to that. Hemophiliac, lose 10,000 health points. I'm going to get that on its own. Get knocked down 50 times. Spend 600 seconds in full psychosis. Can't say I want to do that. 100 antidotes. Revive or help 50 friends. I actually need to get that. Consume 200 medicines. That'll happen on its own. Help teammates by kicking 50 enemies. Again, yeah. So co-op moves, I'm not expecting a whole lot. All right. Evidence. Yeah, see, this is it. I'm getting new stuff, but they're not... Oh, here we go. Okay, we can do Gooseberry and Coil for the first 2 here. Gooseberry at Holmesburg, Murkoff Corp, interorganizational letters only, telex to A. Bradley, Avalos, Signala facility to Clyde Perry in Philadelphia, PA. Subject Gooseberry at Holmesburg. Secured interview with Phyllis Futterman at Holmesburg Prison north of Philadelphia. Subject near unrecognizable compared to archive photos and mugshot. Phyllis Futterman, along with the majority of inmates, has been subject to dermatological experiments under the supervision of Dr. Kligman, testing commercial products for redacted and redacted. Futterman's been exposed to carbonic acid, dioxin, and grafts of infected corpse flesh. Other inmates have gotten worse. Futterman's physical health remains remarkable, even if she looks like yesterday's guacamole. Interview lasted approximately 20 minutes. Gooseberry background. Murkoff Corp. Organizational letters only. Telex from A. Bradley Avellanos. Senyala facility from Clyde Perry in Philadelphia, PA. Subject Gooseberry background. Brief background, précis on Phyllis Futterman, doctor of dentist Dr. A. Futterman of Philadelphia, PA, mother out of the picture. Phyllis worked as her father's assistant from a young age, used puppets to distract adolescent patients during drilling and surgery. Young Phyllis's hobbies included taxidermy and musical theater. The Futterman's popularity led to a locally broadcast TV program, the Mother Gooseberry Hour, on air as of 1951. Following Dr. Futterman's death, Phyllis suffers from hysteria and disassociation. Dr. Futterman's corpse still has not been located. Tone of the Mother Gooseberry Hour shifted. Adolescent audience conditioned through classical application of abuse and praise. Phyllis rated as highly charismatic. Adolescent audience becomes cult-like, engaging in immoral behavior, drug use, and other shenanigans leading to larceny and assault. Police raid TV studio in 1955 on charges of kidnapping and racketeering. Phyllis retreats to the puppetry tunnels beneath set and uses drill to kill 2 police and injure 5 before being apprehended, sentenced to life in prison at Holmesburg. Raid of Futterland, transcribed from the records of A. Bradley Avellanos, Mother May I Murder, Philadelphia, PA. 2 police are dead and half a dozen injured after a daring raid on the studio of disgraced children's variety show host Phyllis Futterman, known to her young fans as Mother Gooseberry. Charged with conspiracy to commit murder, kidnapping, and racketeering, Phyllis Futterman has for years now been using her television platform and mail-order dental drops business to hook a generation of children on narcotics, violence, theft, and quite possibly murder. Police Captain Stanley Hode described the so-called Futterland Studios as the most grotesque architectural perversion since H.H. Holmes' Chicago murder castle, adding, "The fact that this could exist under the so-called," continues Gooseberry Murders, page 4. Gooseberry interview, Murkoff Corp., interorganizational letters only, Telex A. Bradley Avellanos, Senyala facility from Clyde Perry in Philadelphia, PA. Subject Gooseberry interview. Interview with Phyllis Futterman reveals lucid and highly charismatic subject. 2 personalities on display. 1, Phyllis Futterman, alternating between television persona Mother Gooseberry, a childlike Phyllis Futterman, approximately age 14. 2, Dr. A. Futterman, her deceased father. She's fashioned a hand puppet from scavenged cafeteria and workhouse scraps, showing a remarkable mechanical aptitude. The Dr. Futterman personality is abusive and violent, but he's funny, and I like him. Both personalities included lapses into lizard brain murderous rage monster. The Mother Gooseberry personality shows remarkable charisma, as noted. Despite her ragged appearance, she appears to have had carnal relations with at least 2 guards. Many of her fellow prisoners and staff have fallen under her sway. Phyllis has expressed interest in self-improvement and scientific advancement. Says she'd like a change of scenery. Phyllis Futterman, highly recommended for trials in Project Lathe. Coil Surveillance, Part 1 of 2. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Retranscription, March 1958 for internal investigation. Telex to A. Bradley Avellanos, Senyala facility from Clyde Perry in Wichita, Kansas. Subject Leland Coil, surveillance. Cross state lines to file report following altercation with Oklahoma law enforcement. Summary below of surveillance research on Sergeant Leland Coil of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Anecdotal evidence of abuse of animals and sexual assault as a child leading to military academy education. Teenage criminal tendencies kiboshed by recruitment into local Ku Klux Klan chapter. Married at age 19, wife dies 6 months later after falling downstairs. Leland Coil joins Marines to avoid investigation. Coil serves 2 years honorably in the Pacific Theater, 3 confirmed enemy kills, 2 suspicious American deaths in his company. Upon return to Oklahoma, resumes Klan activity, which segues naturally into a law enforcement job, on police department payroll since 1947. Coil surveillance keeps obsessively complete notes, seems to consider himself vital to history and of great interest to posterity. Extremely effective policeman, enormous profit from exploitation of prison labor, extortion, and civil forfeiture, multiple commendations. Coil marries a second time and extorts wife's family. Wife's family dies in an electric fire. Wife flees to Chicago, dies officially of natural causes. Body recovered between the 900 to 2000 blocks of Costner Avenue. Coyle, promoted to sergeant, marries a third time. Wife commits suicide within 6 months via multiple gunshots to the head. Wife's family dies within a year, all apparent suicides via increasingly violent and convoluted methodologies. Sergeant Leland Coyle observed standing in a field watching lightning storm on 5 separate occasions during surveillance. Coyle displays extreme charisma, extraordinarily popular among fellow police, high standing in Elks Club and VFW. Interview details to follow. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Retranscription April 1958 for internal investigation. Source Telex to A. Bradley Avelanos Signala facility from Clyde Perry in Wichita, Kansas. Subject Leland Coyle interview. Arranged to meet Sergeant Leland Coyle at the bar on Route 177 under pretense of bribery. Coyle was known and well liked by bar staff and customers. Drank heavily and partook of nuts on table. Discovered my canard within minutes, and conversation took a decidedly violent turn. I had the feeling of being a crippled mouse used as a plaything by a tomcat. I believed that if he had intended to kill me, I would not be writing now. Subject's charisma was, however, undeniable. Sergeant Leland Boyle, highly recommended for Project Lathe. I have 2 broken fingers, lots of bruising, pissing blood, taking weeks recovery in Wichita. Transcription note, typo in telex above stet, Clyde Perry typo Boyle for Coyle, likely an effect of broken fingers or inebriation. By the way, if you are interested in these and don't own the game, some of these do show up as comics on the Red Barrel site. All right. Experimental population gathering expop. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Copy interoffice correspondence between A. Avelanos and M. Scarfiotti. Heading removed. Moses, whatever you think of Easterman and his project, the board is all hot and bothered over the tax savings inherent in populating the trials with these charitable outreach centers. The entire cost of running the centers, recruiting volunteers, and trucking them to Signala is a bulletproof tax deduction, and not a bad place to hide all the money coming from agency black book money. Hold your nose and think of the profits. Easterman will sabotage himself sooner or later, and if we get tired of waiting, I have ways to nudge him. Heading removed, please inform M. Scarfiotti and A. Bradley that 37 of the Murkoff Charity Outreach Centers are operational and successfully intaking potential patients at a higher than anticipated rate. An additional 6 centers will open before March 1st, pending signage correction. Scarfiotti's insistence that any Murkoff Corp branding to be limited to the inside of the outreach center out of public view. By March, we will have operational patient input in New York, 7 centers, Chicago 3, Philadelphia 2, Los Angeles 2, Detroit 2, Baltimore, Cleveland, St. Louis, Washington, D.C., Boston, San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Houston, Buffalo, New Orleans, Minneapolis, Cincinnati, Seattle, Kansas City, Newark, Dallas, Indianapolis, Denver, San Antonio, Memphis, Oakland, Columbus, Portland, Oregon, Louisville, and San Diego. My bad. Experimental population transit, Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only, copy, heady removed. In response to unanticipated volume of patients volunteering at charity outreach centers, Murkoff has purchased a controlling share in Liberty Meat Hauling, LLC. Effective immediately, our cost of transport for patient volunteers to the Signala facility will be cut by roughly 72%. We can safely transport 50 sedated and hooded experimental population volunteers per cattle car, using trucks only for the last 85 miles from Williams, Arizona. Expect experimental population volunteers to require extra sanitization. The stink is considerable. We will continue to transport beef in cars for return trips. Sanitization of human waste from cattle cars will not be necessary thanks to recent rollbacks in regulation. The savings here aren't significant, but every bit helps. The American Century, Murkoff and the CIA, Freedom and Global Leadership. A. Bradley Avelanos letters, 1949-430, Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only, to the board from A. Bradley Avelanos. Proposal for new business opportunity. Dear sirs, I've been made aware of a new opportunity for great revenue in the promotion of higher ideals of freedom and global leadership. It involves a simple matter of chemical refinement for our friends at the new agency, well within the capabilities already established by Murkoff Pharmaceutical. 1. Agency asset P. Hallowell is providing heroin to Chiang Kai-shek's rebels in Thailand and Burma to indirectly fund Shek's anti-communist activities. 2. The agency wishes to expand such operations into Europe and the Middle East in light of rising leftist sympathies. 3. CIA contacts among Sicilians are incapable of refining heroin, lacking the sophistication to do so without great risk of fire and product loss. The Corsicans have the capability, but cannot be hired without insulting Mr. Luciano. 4. Markov Pharmaceutical could easily refine such medicine. I've casually proposed such an arrangement to Mr. Lawler, who is amenable, pending upstream conversations. To say it plainly, entering into this sort of arrangement allows us to become part of the CIA's extra-budgetary, self-funded activities. This could be a near-limitless global tax-adjacent revenue stream with extraordinarily powerful legal protective implications. Please consider this carefully. Agency partners. Private correspondence between A. Bradley Avallanos and Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence. Dear Jameson, a little bluebird told me you were considering another contractor for research in the area of pharmaceuticals and psychological influence. I discussed it over luncheon with Alan the other day, a lovely dish of artichokes, and he shares my concern. Please remember, as they say in the gangster pictures, you don't have anything on us we don't have on you. You've come to the Murkoff Corporation in the past for help outside the bureaucratic stagnation of Congress and your own agency. To reject our offer of assistance at this point could have terrible public implications. Please reconsider, and we look forward to working with you. A. Bradley. Collateral damage. News clipping transcribed from for records of Dr. H.J. Easterman, 1957. Farm family brutally slain. San Antonio, Texas. AP. A deranged airman brutally murdered a family of 5 in the early hours of Monday morning, sexually molesting several members of the family. Several animals may have also received unwanted attention. The airman, second class Jerome Gillette, 37, was found naked and disoriented among the hogs outside the scene of the murder. He is being held in an unknown location as protection against vigilante justice. Gillette, a World War II veteran and instructor at Lackland Air Base, claims to have no memory of the crime, though physical evidence makes his guilt obvious. He told officers his last memory was Sunday night's fireworks and being offered a piece of chewing gum from a woman in white before he blacked out and woke up days later among the hogs. Gillette was spotted going by a postal. Blowback, A. Bradley Avallanos letters, 1954-07-07. Copy private correspondence between Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence, and A. Bradley. Bradley, if you haven't seen the headlines coming out of San Antonio, I strongly suggest you have a newspaper couriered. A crime this disgusting, this violent, committed in public. We are working to make certain the press does not make any public connections between the crime, the airbase, or our activities. I'm just sick thinking about it. This cannot happen again. Pushback, A. Bradley Avallanos letters. Copy private correspondence between A. Bradley Avallanos and Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence. Heading remove. Dear Jameson, nobody ever said progress would be clean and easy. Don't lose your nerve now. The San Antonio incident was regrettable. Please think of it as a speed bump in the road. As we've learned before, so long as the public has somebody to hang, they won't get too curious. This doesn't have to happen again, as you should be well aware. Signala solves this and the issues that could arrive in the future. If we keep this in-house, we control the environment entirely. We can minimize the potential for speed bumps and easily keep any that arise from the public view. It's only a matter of money, and Murkoff has made a very reasonable proposal for how it can be sourced outside congressional approval. Please be prompt in your reply. There's a bunch in here. I don't think there's much for... So we did American Century. I guess we'll take a look on Variators. Yeah. But in this case, I can't go start. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to getting more of these. I have no idea if these are of interest to someone who doesn't play the game. But like I said, I think one of the things I like about this, I really do feel that so this is a co-op game. You can kind of understand this as a you could understand this as just like a pure mechanics thing, right? This reduction down to these 15 to 45 minute encounters with co-op, right? You can make it a bit like, a Dead by Daylight where there's ostensibly a story, but you're not really, like, so far as I can tell, you don't really care that much about why these people are in the junkyard and being murdered. And I think the Outlast Trials has done a good job. I believe there is a third single-player game in production. But they've done a really interesting job of tying it all together. And like I said, it's one of these things that I quite like. You know, you can have horror that is like really about deep themes, like, you know, like Jacob's Ladder, right? Like Jacob's Ladder is a very, very well done film. I think it works as a horror movie, but it is so very obviously about something. And what I like is that, you know, Outlast, again, it's gross, it's intense. I can see why this would be the sort of thing, you know, like the Outlast games are as close as I can get in terms of like a conventional game to something like a film like Irreversible. Like I think Irreversible is a really, really well done film, and it is one that I absolutely would not show certain friends. You know, in the case of Outlast, like, I don't know, like I can think of maybe games that show like more intense style. Although number 2 definitely I feel is sort of hitting the limits a little bit. But you know, there is actually some ideas going on behind it. And you know, they're developed in Whistleblower, they're developed in Outlast 2. I feel like Outlast 2, the relation to the events of the first game make quite a bit more sense if you read the comics that they put out, which are quite good, by the way. Like, you know, they've got a really interesting visual style. And again, I'm still trying to kind of get, I'm kind of trying to come to terms with Outlast 2. It is a really compelling game, but I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. Like, again, I'll be clear, I actually think it's quite a good game, but I'm still trying to sort of think a bit about the story. But again, like, you know, you don't necessarily have, you know, you can motivate picking up the evidence lots of different ways. And again, they've done an interesting job here of tying it into this broader world, and yeah, we'll see how the third one goes. But I've definitely gone a lot longer than I was expecting. Thank you, all of you who stuck with me. I know this isn't everybody's cup of tea. Like I said, if you want to see some more, I'm not opposed to streaming it, but I don't have, how do I put it? I don't, sorry, I got distracted. I don't know, like I don't want to completely follow the views, but I'm getting an impression here that this might be a little bit more than what people are signing up for. So I'll enjoy this on my own time. I am going to experiment with playing this on the Discord a little bit more, but I might save it. I don't know. We'll see on Friday. But anyways, I don't really have anybody to host. It's a weird hour for me, so I'm going to wish you all a good night. Thank you for watching, and we will see you on Friday. I'll also just caution that next week, I believe, is the 3rd Wednesday of the month. That means I'll be going to the local game dev meetup. I may also want to take the week for myself to prepare some of my work stuff, so I may actually also skip the streams on Monday and Friday, but we'll see where it goes. Anyways, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care.